Okay. Is this gonna work? Okay, I think we're live on YouTube now, I think. Hey guys on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry, we had some technical issues on the YouTube side, but we are now, the stream is successfully online now. Hopefully. Guys, give me an amen in chat if you can read, if you can see me. I see you there, Hiroshi. Good to see you. We are back. How's that now? I really hope to God this is like working, because yeah, I've just been like brain fog a lot lately. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good now. Okay, awesome, fantastic. For whatever reason, it just wasn't. I hit go live and it just wasn't streaming. So considering most of you are going to show up now, I'll wind back the clock a little and show you something I've been cooking up. Because I've been doing a lot of work inside Premiere for the last, well, start of last week I was sick, so I physically couldn't work. And then the end of last week I was starting to feel better. I caught COVID again, which was fantastic. I still kind of have it a bit because I have this, the Walter White cough, which is probably going to stick around for a few months. So that's not fun, but the game won't make itself, so I have to just put up with it. But to ease back into work, I've just been working on, because I started talking about this about a month ago, of this big thing of re-cataloging all my videos. And the reason this is important, I just want to show you what I've been doing. Then we'll get into animating. But this to me is really exciting because this is what's going to allow me to make more than 4 videos in a year, because now it's organized a lot better. Everything is meticulously named the right thing. So if we open up like footage in going back years, I've now completely re-cataloged everything, so there's a consistent name convention enforced on all of these clips. These clips are so old, by the way, like this is like back when the game used to look like this. And the cool thing about me going in and cleaning this stuff up is, well, it reduces clutter. I can remove a lot of unused footage, because there was a lot of unused footage that had been left in these folders that I didn't know about. So I've saved gigabytes and gigabytes of space. I know exactly where everything is, and I can use clips between episodes. So if I want to, in the next devlog, for instance, if I want to chuck in a clip of old prototype Gabi here, instead of having to copy and paste that clip into the working folder for the next episode, it's all using just one folder now. So I don't have to make copies of things. I just have to catalog it all in this one massive library, and I can use that across all my episodes. So it's using a feature called Productions in Premiere to set this all up. So if we open up one of these, it'll show all of the footage cataloged in this project. And thanks so much, Terra Nation, for the $5. $5 is $5. That is indeed correct. Unless we're talking regional pricing, then $5 can sometimes equal something else. But thanks so much, Terra Nation. I appreciate it. But yeah, so if we open up this project here, I've got all this footage, and I can open up, like, there's all the Screen Australia documents, there's all the prototype footage, and I've cataloged it by version. So we can open up to back when Gabi didn't exist yet, and it was just the Unreal mannequin. And that's cool. I've got open here just the project file from the last episode that I made. And because this is organized so well, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here or anything, but it is organized so well, because watch this, I can go back and open up, because I've got them as separate projects for each episode, and then they're linked to these other projects to store the footage. I can open up episode 1, I can open up the very first episode from like 5 years ago, and it has a completely working file. Like, it's still, everything is, like, I can re-export this perfectly. All the footage is still there. The text and animations are all still there. Completely perfect working project file that I've now... It was mostly preserved up until I reorganized this, but now that I've reorganized it, I can be absolutely sure that in another 5 years I can reopen this and it'll look exactly the same still. So... it doesn't sound like a big deal, but if you've ever tried organizing footage or a big project or whatever using a lot of source files, maybe you can kind of understand why this is really cool for me and why it's just good. So I was able to finish that this week, which is very cool. So everything's just linked to this one big meta project file for my devlogs. So it's going to make production a lot easier, a lot less mental load on that stuff. There's also something else I've been doing, and then I'll show you this one last thing, then we'll get to animating. But another thing I've been doing is that I've reopened the Discord back up, and already we've got a flood of activity. And I did this because I know you guys have been asking about it for a long time, a very long time, and I like wasn't well enough to animate because you really need to be focused for animating. And I'm like, well, is there any work I could do while I'm still recovering? And I thought, well, I'll set the Discord back up. So I've done that now, and I'll take a quick second to browse through the, like, we got a bunch of new fan art that's been sent since a few days ago, since this reopened, and I just want to like shout these out. These look really cool. We got a celebratory art from FighterZ, which is really cool. It's I love that it's like an actual Cripps. It's like really this little hidey hole. Yeah, that feels just about right. That's the right kind of vibe. If you want to join it, some of you might be in there already, but don't know that the chat rooms are back open. But if you do want to join it, just type the Discord command in chat and it'll give you the link. And we've got some work in progress here from Rock Lobster. This looks really sick. You got the detail on the armor is just perfect. It's immaculate. I'll leave some hearts on this. I haven't actually had a chance to look through these yet. And another one from FighterZ. This one's so cool. I love this. This is exactly how Calder would eat ice cream. And Felix would have one of these like fruit flavored, mango flavored popsicles. That is absolutely what he would eat. And Calder's just shoveling it. This is so cool. This is awesome. So I'll leave a heart there. And it looks like we got more from this morning. This is amazing. I love the align art on this. And this is cool. I like the colors. And then this one looks like a work in progress. It's coming along pretty nice. But yeah, thanks so much, guys, for sending these. I appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna get into animating. So if you want to join there and chat, use the command in what's the command? It's like exclamation part Discord should give you the link. But yeah, very cool, guys. Just know that like between streams, I'm not going to have a lot of time to chat there much, so I'm just kind of leaving it for you guys to talk about whatever. Talk about the game and stuff, speedrun and whatever you want. But if you want to reach me more directly, I have a members area there for the YouTube members and Patreons. I'm still posting my every other day type updates to those people, just to keep them in the loop on what's happening. But yeah, anyway. So, I think last time on the animating we were... Sorry, that's my COVID cough still there. We were doing the ledge pull-up animation, I believe. Now I want to move on to a different one today because that was a tough one, that animation, and there are some animations that do need some attention, and that is the jog animation. I want to start there today. This one, it needs some attention. This one's actually mostly okay, but like the shoulders are really throwing me off, and I've looked at it long enough now to know that it needs to change a little bit. So I'll start trying to tweak that up, and then I'll see what I feel like doing now. I still got my list here of other ones we still have to make. That's not including the wall run stuff. I'm gonna leave that to the end. So maybe once I kind of touch the run up and jog up a little, we might pick one of these as well to get a start on. But I just want to like improve on this one a little. Because this one I do like, but it's a little, needs a bit of work. Because it's just the upper body, like her shoulders swing way too much. Oh yeah, and I totally forgot. I was working on something else on the model just this morning. I'll show you that real quick. So I was trying to do, it's been a bit tricky, but I've been trying to work on her Where is it? Yeah, I've been trying to work on her headphones, and this is not very, hold on. I've got a few different test meshes. So I've got, trying to get the headband better proportioned, because that's the last piece of this model that I haven't actually, like, done up, is the headphones. So I've been, like, working with curves and topology to try, the textures are not there yet, so it's going to look very weird. But I've been just trying to get the proportions right so that it sticks out at the right angle. And I've been trying to work on these ear cups, which have been a bit tricky because you want to make them, you know, a sensible shape. So I've been trying to like move those in place and get the proportions right and the topology right. But because I'm still like not 100% in like, I don't know, because I've been like sick half the week. I'm not making as quick progress on these as I would have liked. But this is like the test version of the headphone cups. And like, this is like a good idea for the shape I want, but the topology is awful and I can't really texture it. So I'm just trying to work on a more refined version of those. So you'd like take these and move these up here roughly, but I have to like figure out how to connect them, and it's just tricky because these are like custom headphones, so, and they don't exist. So I have to basically invent and come up with my own like how this should work. So it's just been a bit tricky. But anyway, I can finish that later on. We got to do some animating. So I'll get the wherever it is, the jog back up. There we go. I just want to fix up the upper body. Any particular course I watched to learn how to model? Not really. I kind of just started modeling stuff and gave it a few years of trial and error. I wouldn't say, I don't know how good I am at modeling really. It's hard to judge, but no, I didn't do any programs or whatever. Songdog says, I never saw the original concept art of her full armor. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that she did have like a full... This, yeah. She did at one point. Yeah, it's definitely not streamlined at all. But it was also back when it was going to be like a shooter. I was thinking in my head like, oh yeah, this will be like a third-person Halo Titanfall type thing. Like that's kind of that was the original in my head, what I had inspired by at the time. And it kind of ended up not going that direction at all. But yeah, it's sort of a relic from that period where it was like, I was thinking like, yeah, she's going to have guns and stuff. And I don't know, it just didn't stick. And you know, she didn't want to be that. I had to like let her like grow out of that. So I took the top half of that armor I just took away and then fixed up the bottom half, and yeah, that was basically rest is history. All right, so I'm trying to just I think maybe it's not the shoulders. I think it's just this entire bone of the torso is like twisting too much. Because yeah, well, I'll show you how this one looks in game actually, because it's very obvious in game what I'm trying to fix. And I'll show you for those who haven't seen the last few streams. Excuse me. How do headphones work on a cat with one ear? Well, she still has an ear, so she can still listen. But what she does, on whatever device she has it plugged into, she goes to the settings and turns mono audio on so that she can still... Well, the thing is, I don't have this modeled in because you're not going to be able to see it, and it would be kind of a waste of time to model this in. But like, she still has like an ear canal on the one ear. Like, it isn't like she has... It's like nothing is there at all. She still has something there. It's just something's happened to it. So the hearing won't be as good, obviously, because you don't have the rest of the year to kind of absorb the sound with. But with that earphone close enough, from where the ear should be, I think she would still be able to hear something. It won't be as good as her left ear, of course, but she'll be able to pick up on something at least. But yeah, and otherwise she would just switch it to mono. And speaking of audio, there was some device. Let me just, while we're on the topic of the headphones, I need to find this because this is the coolest thing I've seen in a while. I'm just going to pull up a reference photo real quick because this is awesome. Because I think some people have asked like what is playing through her headphones, and I always imagine she would have some kind of iPod. Not like the touch iPods, like the old school ones. But there's I don't know. I don't know where I put it. But there is there's some old MP3 player that is not an iPod. It's this different thing, but it looks so cool. And I'm trying to remember the name. And I could have sworn I saved a photo of it. I could have sworn I saved a photo of it somewhere. I'm just trying to look at my file explorer for it. Oh, it's hold on. It's like the shape is really cool. I just don't remember the name, but it's some like 2000s MP3 player. It's not a Zune. It's some like obscure like I don't know. It's not a it might be a cell phone maybe, but it's this really compact. It's very thin, like horizontally. And it's got like these hexagony, like these beveled corners. I don't know if that is enough description for anyone to like pick up on what it is, but I can't find it, unfortunately, and I don't remember the name, but it was so cool. And it's like, Gabi, she'd have something like that. But anyway, so this run animation, I've got my controller out so I can like tilt the joystick a bit so you can see this jog in action here in game. So you can, let me get to the rest of the open ground. So you can see here, this is when I'm gonna try and do the run. You can see here that it's just, yeah, her entire shoulders are just swinging way too much. And something about the legs is now striking me. Something about the legs is striking me as a bit off too, now that I'm looking at this. But from the side, it looks good. It's just from the back, it looks really awkward. So yeah, like to me from the side this looks awesome, but it's just there's too much swing on the shoulders when you look at it this way. And then yeah, it also because it's trying to blend between the different ones, and it actually doesn't do a terrible job. Like I thought it would completely screw up, but it's actually like respecting the limited frame rate. So if I tilt the stick, this is like halfway, it's like trying to blend between the walk and the jog, and it's actually not bad. Because the walk is like this, and you saw the jog, and if I tilt it halfway, it kind of actually does a good enough approximation in between. So that's actually pretty cool. But anyway, so let's fix up those shoulders. I'm just gonna put my controller away. I'm probably not gonna need this for the next little while. Miss old music players? Yeah, me too. Kazumi Hex, first time chatter, says, been watching the devlogs and VODs for a few years. First time joining live. Oh, thank you. Thanks for joining by. But yeah, man, I do miss that old, like, pre-iPod. Well, it's not pre-iPod, it's like pre-iPhone tech. It's really cool. While I was sick, I was watching, like, a bunch of Steve Jobs keynotes when he like launched the iPod, and it's just, oh man, it's so cool. I kind of miss when that was like cutting edge, when saying 1,000 songs in your pocket was like cool, because now everyone just kind of, it's like, yeah, but I do miss when that was like actually impressive. I mean, it is impressive, but people don't, it's not impressive compared to like what people's expectations are now. So yeah, I miss that time. I'm just trying to find the halfway point here. Oh, nope. Because it's like these first two frames, in particular, they get a bit much. Let's try that now. This is a bit better, but there's still something weird going on. Yeah, I remember seeing this last time. There's a lot of weird jittering going on with this. It's probably because I haven't copied this keyframe. Frame 10, paste flipped. There we go. Yeah, there's still something a bit weird. There's still... I can't, when I look at it frame by frame, I can't see it, but then when I play it, it's like there's something going on with there's like something glitching going on with this torso. Like when I play it, it's like it's jittering about like this. You can see it with the crease on my back, but then when I go through frame by frame, I can't notice. Maybe it's like maybe it's might be these two, that could be it. The transition between these two. Yeah, let's dial that back. So it's frame 6. And that would be frame 14 on this side. Yeah, there's still something that's like going on there. Oh, doesn't, that's, yeah, there's a frame here that's not right. Okay, maybe that's what I was noticing. Oh, actually, this is a bit better now. Almost. No, there's still, you can see with the stripes, it's, the entire back pivot is like kind of strange. It's because in the, it's like the tilt of the torso as well. I mean, this is better, but there's still... I shouldn't be looking at any bit of this and thinking, oh, something ain't right. It's the last thing you want. What if I play this with linear interpolation? Yeah, I can kind of... It's like the torso's turning too soon. It's, yeah, this whole bit here. It's frame 4. It's the whatever this is, the both shoulders, not just one, but both shoulders. It's like, it's not, I don't know how to explain it, but I know how to show it. It's turning too soon. The arms, it's turning before the arms. That's why it's looking so strange. I can see it now. It's right between here, between frame 2 and 4. It's like turning way too much. So we have to dial that back. And then here, I mean, you know, maybe you can make the argument that it isn't twisting enough there, but anyway. But it's frame 5. So we'll copy and paste flipped. And also, what is this? Oh, one of these has been offset a little too much there. What is that? Oh, that's the, yeah, sorry. I like accidentally offset this bone. Okay, this is a bit better now. But I'll just make sure to copy it and just so to make sure that it's actually mirroring that pose. So that's frame 12. Okay, yeah, see, it's slightly different there. Let's have a look now. Okay, this is better. But there's something, not the twist, but the angle Whatever that angle is, there's something a bit strange about it still. And I think once I fix that, I want to see maybe about exaggerating this a little bit with the legs. I think the legs look a little not anime enough. But there is something, I think it could be the hip bone. Not sure exactly. Yeah, it could be this. If I take out this frame and that frame and take out these two, it's going to look strange, but I'm looking at some of the rotation of this hip. Okay, I see another problem as well. Let me turn off some more of these bones. I'll just leave the torso only at the moment. Oh, the center of... Oh no. The center of mass bone is moving. It isn't supposed to move. That's probably what's also throwing this off. But let me add those back in, because now we don't have the bounce without those keyframes. But there is something on the Z-axis rotation that's also not right. So maybe I can separate this by axis here. So I think it's this. But if I clear this out, what'll happen? Okay, no. Well, okay, well this isn't what I wanted to get rid of, but you can see that the way it rotates, it's a bit it's too sudden. That's what's making this look off. It's like the way it's rotating, it's going like that when it should be going like this. It should be smoother. It should oscillate, it shouldn't snap. So that's probably what's also making it look strange. So if I clear the I don't know which axis it would have to be. Oh, maybe this one. Okay, that's done something. That's better. But let's, instead of taking that whole axis off, let's like get rid of some of these in-between keyframes. Like these. No, hold on. Pick the wrong keyframe. Okay. I think it's this. Let me save first. So I want to take out this one, that one, and this one. So now there's still something happening at the end there, but it's a little hard to see with these other bones too. Let me just shut these off. Just torso only. There's still, no, there's something still kind of snapping with it. But if I clear the rotation out, or the location, just so I can watch the rotation only, just to see how it rotates. You know what, it's probably, yeah, let me fix that center of mass bone. That's probably throwing a lot of this off too. This shouldn't move. All right. Okay, that's nicer now. But it's just the way that the torso, it looks like it's going to topple over. Excuse me. How did I learn to model? I don't know, I just kind of I just opened Blender and started messing around. Is there a course I can recommend? No, not really. I don't know, you just gotta like not be afraid to just try stuff. Just pick something cool to try out. I remember there was some guy here maybe a few weeks ago who said he really liked cars or something, but he like wasn't sure what to model, and I'm just thinking like, man, just go model, like just try modeling a car, like a chassis or something. It might come out bad, but at least it's like, if you really like cars, you'll want to do it because you like cars. But yeah, I don't know, there's no courses I can really recommend. Yeah, so the rotation, because before I move on to the rest of the body, I need to make sure that the hips are correct. I wish it would show me these widgets while it was animating so I could pay attention to where the arrows are facing. I'd love if it could do that, but I don't think it is going to let me. But yeah, then there's this torso. Maybe I should just move to that. Yeah, it's like between this middle area here. The hips do like this. Sorry, not the hips, the shoulders. They rotate really weirdly there. Maybe, I don't know, should I just like clear those keyframes out and just try again with those? Maybe. Yeah, so that I've just removed the keyframes. Oh, yeah, that looks a little too stiff now, actually. So let me try, because there's just too much movement. That's all there is. It's just a little too much movement. So if I just take out every other keyframe like that, that's actually a lot better. So I'm just looking at the shoulders, and these bones on the top here are moving too much. And yeah, actually, yeah, there is something weird happening with the hips. You can see it. I've just taken the movement off this bone so I can really see what's happening, and oh, it's very obvious now. Yeah, well, let's fix that up. It's this bone. Something's really weird is happening with you. Yeah, see now it doesn't like flick around. It's like an oscillating natural rhythm. But there's still something weird happening in the upper body. I think if we just take the, maybe these out. Okay, that's a bit better. I wonder what these are doing. Okay, it's just leaning it more in. I wonder if is there a, besides deleting the keyframes, I'm sure there's going to be some way to freeze bones, just to like lock a bone in place. Let me look that up. I wonder if there's, I hope if there's a way to do that, it'd make this a lot easier. Are we cleaning up the atoms? Well, not all of them. I don't have them all done yet. But I just feel like I want to... This one's had some issues, and I want to just come back to this one and fix it. There's still some others we haven't made yet, and there's... well, I just want to solve these little problems, and then continue going through the list of these others, and there's still more after that. And then the idea is I want to get it in-game to a state where I'm happy with it, without that much detail, like just with the blocking. And then once I'm happy with the blocking, This one's a little more embellished, the runs, because you kind of have to make them to really feel the rhythm. Whereas the other ones, like the flips and stuff that I have, those are very blocky still right now. Like they don't have any in-betweens at all. It's just key poses only. But once I fit that all together and get all the transitions I need, then I can start, like, for all of them, going and polishing them up. But that could be a little while still, because to the level we're trying to do it at, it's like very intensive. The Arc System standard is a tough standard, but it's also like be so cool if we could do that. I'm just trying to find a way to just like lock some of these bones, like to pin them down, but still not delete the animations for them. Because looking at the torso without it all moving is making it a lot easier to see what's wrong. But it's hard when it's all moving together. I need to just focus on one bit of the bone, but because of it's linked to the torso and that's all moving. I'm just trying to quickly look up if there's some kind of way to do that. And the current thing I've found is not quite what I'm after. It's setting a rest pose, which isn't really what I want. Okay, I think these are not quite what I'm asking for. Oh, hey, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Lock bones in place while animating. It's not quite what I want. This is like IK switching. This isn't quite what I want. Yeah, no, I know what it's saying here. This isn't really. It might not be a way to do it then. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a safe way to do it. I'll just have to put up with it for now. It's all just like not quite what I'm after. Yeah, actually, now that I think of it, the torso shouldn't. I don't think the torso should be twisting like that actually at all. It should only be like rotating, like twisting. It shouldn't be tilting. I think that could be it. No, this looks kind of weird now. I'll leave those on because it. But there is something else going on with the shoulders. I'll just like, yeah, because I want to just be able to lock bones like this, but without deleting the keyframes, but I don't think there's a way to do that. Yeah, with the shoulders, there's something weird happening with these guys. So I think what I might do, I might just like clear all of these out and try doing them again. Because I do want a little bit of movement and adjustments, but I think it was, because with the way we had, with the, excuse me, because of the way we were doing it when we first made this one, the way we had done it, because we didn't do any, we didn't have any interpolation. So I was like manually posing these each frame, which is probably why it looks so jittery. But if I go about it this way instead, we should have a better time. So I'm just moving them a little bit now. And I feel like we need a bit more, not too much. Yeah, like that. Oh wait, auto key was, oh. Auto key got me again. I didn't have it on. That's what I want. There we go. That's much nicer now. Yeah, now, see the torso doesn't glitch around and stuff now? That's what I'm talking about. It's like I actually like this a lot better. Can you constrain the bones? I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not familiar with using constraints that way. So I don't want to find out what could happen if I try doing it like that. Thanks for explaining the Arc System cards. I don't know if I did the best job explaining them, but thanks. Yeah, they are a bit of a doozy. Hyper John, sorry, I didn't see your question. Did I have some sort of animation background before Project Feline? Not really, not like professionally, but I did teach animation. It's a bit of a weird story because like it's a weird story because I still really haven't really done anything. Like I'm not like an amazing craftsman or anything, but I was the reason why I say I don't have a course to recommend, to go into that other question, is that I got involved in a course once, and it was awful. But I went just to get, like, the paper, but I learned absolutely nothing. But I was the best in the class, somehow. Because before I had joined that course, I had spent, like, 3 years messing around in Maya, just in my own time, and none of the other students had done that. And the teachers hadn't done that either. They were just watching YouTube and trying to... They were kind of like... It was funny because I remember doing background checks on my teachers as well after I left and realized that they had like also not done anything. So I guess because I had all that practice of just messing around, I like got... I think it was like high distinctions and everything, and they invited me to just teach the classes because I could do better work than the people they had, and the turnover was like insane. So we had like the guys that taught me are all gone, and like every term there'd be new staff. And then they asked me like, oh, do you want to just teach the animation class? And I thought, yeah, cool. So and then I ended up picking up a bunch of classes, not just with animation, but kind of with everything. So at one point I was teaching like animation, modeling, programming, and UI in the same week. Because I don't think it's because I was amazing. It's just I was better than everyone else that was there. And this isn't like America. This is like Australia. So the bar is very low here because the industry has been practically evaporated since 2010. So it's a very low bar, and I was just kind of the best around at the time. But then I learned why the turnover was so quick. And unfortunately, there's so much stories I'd love to tell you about that, but I can't. But yeah, I kind of, by teaching animation, I kind of picked up on more things because I would look at what my students would do wrong and I would learn stuff. And I was like, oh, this is why this looks bad. And I wouldn't do it in like an assaulting way, but it's just, like I had them doing the bouncing ball and stuff, and they wouldn't like stretch it properly, or the ball, for those who don't know the bouncing ball animation, it's like this very classic animation. It's like the first thing you do. And this is like what I started with when I was just messing around at home. It's just trying to animate a bouncing ball that looks good. And we were doing this all in Maya. And there's a lot of ways to get this wrong. And if you see enough of them, you don't really need someone to explain it. If you just look at this and try and do it enough times, you'll eventually figure out like why it looks bad. And if you just keep constantly self-analyzing, like that's how I learned it. I tried this and then it looked weird, and then I tried it again and it looked less weird, and then after like 10 times it looked pretty convincing. Because you just got to have like a critical eye and just look at it and go, why does this look bad, and try and it's like a puzzle. You got to work. It's like a fun little game. You got to work it out. But if you start there, it's just sort of, and then yeah, when I was like teaching people this stuff, I would pick up on even more ways you could get this wrong. And I would see like, you know, some students I remember having the ball would physically get bigger, like the mass, because when you stretch something, it has to maintain the same mass, right? You can't just make it bigger. You have to, when you squash it, it has to decrease size in one axis and increase on the other. And I would see some students just not do that. And like, they wouldn't know. And I would watch frame by frame their stuff. And I said, aha, at this frame, you're scaling it, but you're not shrinking it in another way. So you're making the mass is getting bigger. That's why it looks strange. So I'd say, yeah, just go fix that up and see how it looks now. And it would look a lot better. So I did that for like 2 years. And then I started working, I was doing Feline. I started doing that while I was working there. So I don't know. I don't have like there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of people that could say, I could spin it and say, yeah, I've got like 5 years experience, but I don't. The people around me would do like the same thing where they had also were sort of in the same situation as me, and then they'd go on and count like fiddling around in high school and stuff like that as experience. So I've seen some people just say, oh, I've got like 15 years experience, but all that time is just, it's not like, it's just messing around. Like it isn't really working on anything that they're going to release or anything. So I've done years of that stuff, but I wouldn't really count that as it's not really experience. It's just messing around. Experience to me is like work experience, because that's sort of a different, it's different to just messing around. There's like a different expectation and different ways that's valuable with that. But in that regard, not really, no. I've just kind of, I don't know, I just kind of picked it up, I guess. But yeah, to succinctly answer that, it depends on what you would count as an animation background. If that little story, if that counts, if you think that counts as an animation background, then sure. But me personally, I don't really think that counts, because I mean anyone can do that, so it's not. I wouldn't count that. But anyway. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. Thanks, Tim, so much for the 5. Didn't you already? No, that was someone else. 2 people today donating with $5. Thanks so much, Timothy. Appreciate it so much. You've been very supportive of the streams lately. But I think I was offered, this was like maybe a few years ago. I was offered some like animation. It was for an animation studio, but it wasn't a animation position. It was like a technical art position that I was offered, but it was like full-time hours, and I basically had to quit Project Feline, and I'm like, yeah, no thanks. And then there's probably heaps of emails I've gotten of like people wanting me to like do animation stuff, but I kind of can't, because it's like I got this game to do. So, you know, having to put this down would kind of suck. You know, all of you would be very let down, so I can't really do that. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else there's this kind of like the torso, at least I don't see anything that looks off anymore, which is, I'm trying really hard to see a problem. Because if you look hard enough, you'll see something, but I can't really see I can't see it. I know that the hair's a little bit stiff. That's because I haven't keyed the hair at all yet. And I probably shouldn't do the hair yet. I should do the tail though. The tail is looking a little worse for wear. There is something about the feet too. I don't know if it's something about the rotation of the feet is just kind of throwing me off a little bit. Yeah, I can see it. Well, actually, hold on. To counter that, what I was saying just then, because during Project Feline, I've gained a lot of animation experience, but I haven't finished, like, I'm not done with it yet, so I don't know if you can even, I don't know if you could count that either, because if you count Project Feline, then that's like 4 years of, but that's not all spent on animating, that's like some animating here and there with like 10 other things, so I don't really know how to quantify any of that, because it's not something that's very when people ask me about experience, I'm usually thinking like in resume terms, because in the resume world, you know, you can easily list out, I spent 5 years doing this and this or whatever, but I have no idea how to even start quantifying, because I don't have a job title. I just kind of do everything. So I don't have like my responsibilities were whatever the, you know, because they change all the time. And for 1 week it might be something, and then for another week it's something else. And so I have no idea how to like quantify it in I spent this amount of years on this specific skill. Like I don't know. Like even with animating Gabi here, you know, I made a model for her like ages ago, the first attempt and now are like years apart. But the weird thing is that, you know, this one, at least in my opinion, is a massive leap from the previous model. And it looks like there's like 4 years of difference, but it isn't that I spent 4 years straight learning more modeling. I spent that 4 years on like 10 different stuff. Like I was doing videos, programming. I only spent like maybe 6 months of that in total on actual 3D stuff. So even then, you can count the years and say I did animation for X years, but in terms of actual hours, it's like not anywhere. It's maybe like a 6 months total or something, if you actually add up the hours on specifically animating. But I'm just looking at the leg here, and I've noticed that there's something weird. It's like the way it moves, it like sticks out and then goes back. It looks really, I don't like it. The leg sticks out here too much. Oh, I just realized that center of mass bone, I remember now, I actually did move that deliberately. That was on purpose. I remember why I moved that now. But it kind of looks better without it. So I might, because I had this bone moving left and right to help, like, to guide her gravity. I totally forgot that was on purpose. Because I would move the bone like this. But I think it kind of looks better without moving it. Not gonna lie. It kind of looks better when I don't move it. So I'm gonna not move it. But the legs are trying to compensate. That's why the legs are sticking out that way, is because they're trying to compensate for that movement. Which is, can't have that, it's no good. We can't have the leg go out, it has to go down. So you can see here it like sticks out, it's really weird. So what I might do, I'll just copy the coordinates, that'll be easier. So yeah, here the coordinate, I'll just paste in that coordinate. Because yeah, the legs look too spread out to me, and I'm like, there's something weird about this. It's like really bothering me. So I'm just looking at that leg now looks a lot better. I haven't done the other side yet, but you see how on the one side it's like going out like that, whereas now on this side it's just going, it's staying aligned, except the mirroring is not quite amazing. So I'm just going to keep it X-aligned the whole time. Be a smart idea. Thanks for the long answer. No problem, Hyperjoin. I'm never sure if people, because whenever I get asked stuff, I usually have very, it's stuff that I tend to happen to be thinking about a lot, and I can think of a lot of, because I really don't like giving just one word boring answers to stuff, but I don't know if people actually prefer the long answer or not, because I know it's like, it's probably more convoluted having a long answer, but thanks. Just finished a modeling class. That's awesome. Animation is scary. Yeah, yeah. I agree. It is. Oh, auto key's off again. I'm like, I'm moving this foot, but something's happening where it's not, sorry, this is auto key keeps toggling off. It's so sneaky like that. The auto key tricked me once again. So let me try that again, because I was like, I could have sworn I was like moving stuff, and I'm like, why is it moving back? Now I know. Now I know. Feels like she's not leaning forward enough? Well, that's kind of, well, this isn't the sprint. In the sprint, she really leans. In this one, it's more like a jog. And I kind of deliberately wanted to have her lean a little further back, but we might maybe tilt it a little bit. Okay, there we go. This is much better. Now, do you see how the leg sort of it stays in like a straight line? The knee does, I'm not so sure about the knee though. I don't like the way it bends here. Oh, oops, sorry Gabi, I know that hurts. Well, I'm using, remember, this is meant to be like a jog. I'm using this as a reference. This is when she's not going full speed. This is when you like tilt the joystick and she needs to do something between a walk and a sprint. So this is like an in-between thing. So that's how I want it to look. We do have another one for the jog, which we'll get to next. Not the jog, sorry. I think I call it run, but it's really like more like a sprint. We do have one for that. But in due time. And right here, the leg is bending the wrong way. So I'm just focusing on the one leg, and we'll mirror the whole thing later. Okay, that's much nicer. But we could, one thing that I think we should do is this leg we need to bring this out further. Here. Needs to come out further. So we're going a little off that reference now. And this needs to do this. And this, yeah, because I just seeing it in game, she needs to leap forward a bit more with these. All right. Let's mirror that now. See the legs are starting to change a little bit. Oh, wait a sec. Is that actually mirrored properly? I think so. I'm gonna bring the other bones on and just make triple sure that it's mirroring properly. So select all of them, copy, paste, flipped. Okay, that's correct. Paste, flips. Yeah, you see the legs are starting to move a little bit. Copy, paste, flipped. Well, that was... Is that even the right frame? That looks so different. Oh no, I had the wrong frame. Paste flipped. There we go. But I don't know, should the legs be closer together? I'm wondering if they should be closer together. Yeah, I think, yeah. And there's still something weird going on. Oh, right here. It's something, the way this is, something is not mirrored properly here. So there's something wrong. Because her foot sticks out too much. Only on this side, though. Oh no, it does it on the other side. Okay, I must have missed that. Oh, it's this very first frame. That's what it is. Yeah, this has to come in more. There we go. That's better. I don't know, the tail's looking awful though. And there's something about the arms. When she moves her arm down. Oh, maybe I'm just seeing stuff. Maybe it's fine. No, there is something going on with the front. Yeah, it's just pivoting and rotating. It's right here. The elbow, something about the elbow is a bit strange. But the hips and everything else are a lot better. But I'm wondering, I don't know if the feet need to like come in a bit more to the middle, or if that's a good distance. Let me just like block out, just look at her legs. I'm just covering my eyes to only look at her feet. There is something, I think it's just the tail, because the tail is acting really strange. Oh, wait, no. There is something. There is something happening. There's something with the back of the leg. The just with here to here, there's something weird about it. It's like there isn't enough thrust. I think maybe the leg needs to come back more. That could be it. It looks like it needs to come back more. That's what I'm feeling. It needs to go like here. So we are stretching the pose a bit. We're exaggerating it a bit, but I feel like it needs this. I'm liking that better, yeah. But there's something with the rotation of the thigh. It's like throwing me off so much, and I'm trying to like ignore the tail, because the tail is also kind of a mess. Actually, with the textures on it, looks fine. Maybe I'm just... It's probably... Yeah, I think it's okay. But there is something with the arms though that's like not right. Hold them a bit more. Well, I'll tell you what I see. I see it's about here. The way that it kind of goes and then back. There's something about it. When I see it in motion, it's what it does to the shoulder. Because it's like twisting up and then it twists back the other way. I'm just, I think it could just be this. Yeah, that looks better. It's like, it's pivoting around the elbow and then going back like this, like that. And in motion, it looks strange. It looks really weird. I think that's what I was seeing. So what frame... I gotta remember what frame that is. I think it's just the beginning. Frame 10. Yeah. There we go. Just that one movement, I think is... It's crazy how just like one bone can just throw off everything if placed wrong. Alright, I'm liking that a lot more. So I'll turn it back to no interpolation, so we just get only the keyframes, just to see how this looks. And there is... Oh, there's something going on with... Oh dear. Is that... Oh, it's the fingers. Something's going on there. Why is her like finger poking out? What is... Yeah, what? What on earth is happening there? Something's really wrong with her hands. Oh, I know what it is. It's because I've taken out some of these keys. Oh no, I can't do it like this. I gotta undo. I'm gonna make a grave mistake. Because we've... I need to go back and sample the... Because I took out some keyframes in the middle, and if you turn interpolation back off, it's gonna mess with... It's gonna mess with it. So I have to go in while the interpolation's on. That's why the fingers are glitching out. And the shoulders are gonna have issues too, if I leave this as it was. Oops. Let me just make sure that each of these is keyed. Yeah, this... What? Just in between these two frames, something really weird happens to her fingers. I don't know what... It's like on frame 7 only, which doesn't have anything on it. It's just going yoink like that. I don't know what the... What? Gabi, come on. I know you're flexible, you like to show off, but this is really not the time right now. Yeah, what on... What? What in the world? We got a red alert on her fingers. See, she likes to do this. She likes to show off and go, hey, look how flexible I am. And she likes to do this with her fingers because she's like double jointed or whatever. But Gabi, this is not funny, okay? You can't freak people out like this. You can't show off in the animations. You gotta restrain yourself. I know you can bend your finger backwards, but the players are not going to expect it, Gabi. We can't do it. Okay, when I turn off interpolation, it's fine. What? What? Why is it... I do want to, like... Because if I leave that in there, there's going to be some problem. So I want to... like, just... Oh, what? Okay. I just want to like I just want to play it safe. If I leave something like that in there, I'm going to be very worried. So I'm just going to fix that. It's probably the posing. It's probably the way I might have like overextended the finger or something. So I'll have to, oh, come on. Cooperate now. Maybe I just need to bend this in more this way. And we'll take this and do that. Yeah, there's something with the way these are rotated that's a little strange. Oh, come on now. Come on, Gabi. Just cooperate. Why will you not rotate around the right axis, Gabi? Oh, I had this on. Aha, there we go. Bit too much. Because, yeah, it's just... Some of the fingers are kind of rotated not right, so I'll just make sure I'll clean that up. Okay. But there's still... Oh, it's this bone. This has to rotate inwards a little, so that the fingers, like, flow. And then I have to sort of press them together. There we go. There we got a good fist. But the thumb looks a little uncomfortable, so we'll move that a little. I do have a good... I've done good fists on the other ones. I don't know why these just look a little more uncomfortable than normal. I don't know. I can't put my finger on what it is. Oh, it's this too. I need to... This has to come down a bit as well. Now that looks... Yeah, that looks more balanced. Alright. So, I just need to make sure... Okay, now it doesn't glitch. Oh, no. Something does happen still. Oh dear. Maybe I'll... You know what? Hold on. It's like the way I've posed it on these other ones is just not working, so I'll just copy the fist from frame 6 and now put it on frame 4. And put it on frame 2. And put it on this one. It must have been something about the way I posed it that's like breaking. Okay, now it shouldn't have any more weird problems. Okay, we're good. Now we're just gonna mirror that to the other side. Somehow. Well, it was only doing it on the one side. I don't know why. But it's a good idea to just, oh no. Paste flips. There we go. Just to keep it consistent. Okay. Now there's more than just the fingers. There's something I've done with the torso that's gonna have, oh, maybe I do have keys on it now. Okay. So now we should be able to to turn off that interpolating. So if I go interp mode constant, because that's sort of how it's gonna look in game. Okay, this is looking better. We might give it a test run. The tail, I'm not happy with the tail, but that's sort of like a priority 2. The rest of the body's priority 1. So I might give that a spin in Unreal just to see how it feels. If there's anything else that jumps out at me besides the tail and the hair. Because the tail and the hair kind of depend on how the rest of the body is moving. So I'll save that. And we will go export FBX. Just gotta remember which thing. Ah, I have a convention. I have a naming convention for this. So we will call this Gabi Jog. I'm just gonna make sure the right settings are there. Forward. I gotta remember the axis. It's Y negative forward. That's right. We don't want all actions. Okay. Let's try it in the engine. Source. Feline. No. Yep. Characters. Gabi model. There we go. Sorry if I'm not very talkative today. I'm still kind of drained from COVID, so I don't have all my energy back yet, but I'm trying. Single frame errors are great, indeed. You should copy the entire first half and paste on the second. Well, lucky flaming frogs. That's exactly what we've done. So, yeah, because it's just easier to, because all of these other frames are just also, they were literally just copy paste flipped. So I only really animated a quarter of it, and then you just kind of like mirror and yeah. So we've done that. But let's see how it looks. Goddamn. Skylar, my cancer is back. that's what I have to keep telling people every time I get the COVID cough back. It just chips it all the time, and my friends are like, "You okay?" I hit him with the Walter White. Skylar, it's my cancer. Okay, I gotta find the folder. But yeah, I don't know how long that's gonna. I think the last time I got COVID, I remember having. I think it was like a month later. I still had a cough, so I don't know what'll happen. Maybe this one will last the same. Maybe not. But actually, I know something I can talk to you guys about. while we're just importing this, because I don't need to focus too much now. I know I can autopilot my way through this bit. But while I was sick, I finally, because you guys kept grilling me for not watching enough anime, so I finally watched some anime while I was sick. I know, it's crazy. I'm finally becoming a weeb after all. And there was, because for a little backstory, the previous day before I started, I think it was like I started having like an insane headache and sore throat, and I couldn't walk. So a day before I had those symptoms, I was out at my Goodwill. We don't call it that here, but Americans, you guys know what a Goodwill is. It's a treasure trove for used media, DVDs, video games, at a really insanely low price. So it's my shop of choice because I'm frugal like that. And I was looking around at the DVD section and found Alien, which I had not watched, and a friend of mine's been begging me to watch it. And then there was some anime that I picked up that the cover art looked really cool, and I had no idea what it was, but the render on the box art was sick. I'll find a picture of it in just a moment, but I want to just import this in. Gabi Jog, that's what I want. Oh, I thought it was gonna come with some pop-up or something. It literally, just like that, it just imported. Sick. Why the hell did that work? I thought it was gonna come up with this pop-up window and be like, what skeleton would you like to upload? I just drag and dropped it, and it just, there's no pop-up window. That's crazy, because you guys have seen every time there's always been a pop-up window that asks me a bunch of settings, but it's, wow, okay. Thanks, Unreal. You're a real one. On guard, just like that. That's what happened. Well, let's, it might actually just start playing the animation already. So we can give this, because I can't believe I just actually drag and dropped it in and it just straight up imported it without asking me anything. Like, sorry, I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but that's just crazy to me, because every time it asks me like settings that I have to remember. But no, this time it just, okay, I just gotta make sure that I get the, where it's not trying to blend itself with the other ones. There is something weird with the elbow still. See, this is the run that I know everyone says you should lean forward more. We got that in the run, and this one also needs work, but I'm just focusing on this one for now. But there's, you have to tilt the joystick the just right amount to get the actual animation to not blend with other stuff. So let me just like slap it on always, just so I can judge it. Jog. Because there is something a bit strange. There we go. Oh, this looks great. Okay, it was just because it was trying to blend with the other... It's trying to blend with the other animation. That's why it was looking a little strange. Oh, no, actually, no, I do see it. When I look at it in the light like this, the elbow looks like it's moving a little up too much. Especially when you look at the silhouette, it looks a little uncomfortable. But yeah, maybe we could have her lean a bit more. We could have her lean a little bit. The feet I like a lot more though. They're reaching out more and they're leaving the ground. They're pushing further back. But I'm wondering if we could even maybe go a bit more with it still. I'm trying to sort of match the speed as well of how fast you would be moving when this one's playing. You'd be going about this fast. Her shoulders generally look a little too tense. Like, the movement is a lot better. They aren't swinging too much, but they do feel a bit up here too much. I think generally I need to lower them a little bit. They look like they're coming up a little too high. And then there's something, the elbow looks like it's wiggling. I don't know, I don't really know how to describe it, but it just, the elbow looks like it's collapsing, but it isn't. It's just when you look at the silhouette, it's just a bit, something's just a little off about it. There's something about the hips too, because I did a lot of adjusting to the hips, they feel a little too rigid. I know that I deliberately took things off them, but I do think they need to have a little lean. There's not enough lean. Like, she's got the lean in her upper body, but it doesn't look like she's shifting her weight enough between her feet. It looks like if you just ignore the top half of her body, her legs look extremely rigid. Like the hips should be leaning into the leg, not just horizontally, but this way. But there isn't any of that happening at the moment. But if I do that too much, it's going to throw the rest of the... I know that if I do it too much, then the entire upper body is going to look strange. So I got to do it in a way where the hips have a bit of bend to them. Actually, I do have a bone for that, so I do have a bone that lets me control that without moving the torso. Because the movement of the torso is fine. I like it. It's just the hips are not... especially when she raises her leg, the hips have to actually tilt up this way. Like, let's say this is forward. The hips need to do that when she raises one of her legs, and it isn't doing that. So it looks a little strange. And I think we could take the feet could come forward more too. And she could lean a little. But the thing is, you can't have her lean too much, because then it's going to go too... We want it to look like a jog. To give you an idea, because when I jog can mean different things to different people. I'll be a bit more specific. The look I want for this one is that she's moving very light. She's not exerting all of her energy. That's the direction I'm trying to give her here, is that she has to move like not like she's sluggishly walking, but she has to sort of be jogging, but not exerting all of her energy. She has to just be moving quickly enough to make turns and to quickly change directions, but not so fast that she's like barreling. That's sort of the vibe. That's why I don't want her leaning too far. I want sort of her back pretty straight. But I'm wondering if it might look a little better if she's leaning a little bit. But I think her shoulders are kind of throwing. I think if maybe just that I won't have to lean as, because I think the reason why I'm thinking to lean more is because her torso looks too tall, but it's really just her shoulders that are too high up. Yeah, I think I know. Yeah, it's just usually when I look at it enough, I can kind of make it out. Excuse me. So back to the other story about this anime I found in the wild. It was like $5. It was insane. And it was like this was like, I don't know if they still do this, but it's like this back when they used to make like DVDs in volumes. So it only had like 5 episodes on it. And it's this old, I want to say it's old, but I don't think it's old, but it probably is. It's from 2005. I'll show you what it was, because you guys keep telling me to look at more anime reference, and I literally picked this because of the cover art. That was literally the only reason, and that's sort of like it has a lot of the vibe I want for Feline. So this was the cover art for this thing I picked up, this DVD I picked up, and just the line art and the color choice was just so striking, and I'm like, this looks sick. I'm gonna pick this up. And I'm going to tell my stream about it, because they keep, you know, yapping at me they keep hammering me, they keep bullying me to watch more anime. So I picked this up, and I gave it a watch. It's a bit strange. It's a bit weird, but the animation and the colors and the character design was really cool. I liked it. The music was amazing. It's the same composer. I'd heard of the composer before. I forgot how to pronounce her name. Yuki something, but she's done like a lot of anime soundtracks. I think she did Sword Art Online as well. So I was like, oh cool, because I like tried very hard to find the theme music for it, because it was just so freaking awesome. It's very 2005. And the DVD menu was just so cool, because it's on a DVD. This isn't like on Crunchyroll or something, so I get the full DVD experience. And I open up I put the disc in, and it has like this sick rock electronic song that starts playing when it opens the DVD menu, and it has like the character like animating on screen. And it uses like the same fonts that I'm using, actually. That's one of the reasons it also looked cool. It was using Euro style, which is what I use. And I'm like, oh, this is so cool. And then I started watching it, and it was kind of like, it's kind of like there's bits of it I like, but the premise of it is just kind of, the premise of the show, I don't know how many of you know this show or not. I'm literally, I just thought the cover art was cool and decided to like look at it. It does look a bit like Bakugan. That's probably why I wanted to look at it. But it is not anything like Bakugan. Because in Bakugan you have the monsters, right? You've got the little Bakugan balls, you got the cards. It's like a cool game. This dude, there's bits of this premise I do like. He's a sky pirate, which sounds awesome, and he has this hook, which is a really cool weapon, and all of that seems really cool. But then, for whatever reason, the weapon of choice in this universe, because they have like these rare weapons that everyone's trying to go after, and the rare weapons are girls. And I was just like, why? Everything was so cool until it's like, oh, these rare one-of-a-kind weapons is these girls that transform into swords. And I'm just like, oh, can this just like not, can we just have like not do that? So yeah, then I watched the first 6 episodes where it's got this dude. I think he's pretty young. He's meant to be like 16 or something. And the girl, that's the weapon. So she transforms into a sword, okay? And he uses it to like fight enemies. And then she starts, I don't know if it's she or he starts getting like a crush on her, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I kind of lost interest. But everything else was cool about it, though. It had like really great music, the color choices. In fact, the character design was oddly familiar. Because on stream, we've been looking a lot at Guilty Gear reference. And I started noticing that the character designs in this show look a lot like Guilty Gear. So, first of all, the main character... See, that's the girl sword right there, okay? So the main character uses like this red, charcoal, and gold. You know who else uses that color palette? You know who else? This dude that we've been looking at for the last few weeks as animation reference. So the color grading's a bit different, but it's got the same red cream, because he has these gloves, these cream fingerless gloves. It's the same color as this dude's pants. And the gold, he has it on his hair, but this guy has it on his belt buckles. And then this sort of brown charcoal-y color, it's the same on this guy's shoes and his shirt. And then I started noticing more similarities. Because, you see the guy? You see this dude with the white? There's a character in Guilty Gear that looks a lot like him, I'm noticing. Some guy called Kai something. I'm gonna bring an image of him up on screen. It's fun little character design comparison here. So this is a character from Guilty Gear as well. And this you see the guy standing here? I don't know if it's just me, man, but they are eerily similar. Same color palette, blue, white, and yellow. Same costume with this the skirt layer, the cloak layer, then this bit at the top, and then the buttons, and then the belt, and the same hairstyle, and the same eye color. And I'm just thinking, this is oddly familiar. I don't know if this is some kind of archetype in Japan or something, but it's just so uncanny that this random anime I happened to pick up has like the same character design as this game I've been studying for the last like 6 months. I just thought it was an insane coincidence. But I don't know which came first, because Guilty Gear Xr's designs are from like 2015, but the Guilty Gear IP is like older than that. But then this anime is from like, the anime is 2005, but it was based on some visual novel that might have been from before that, or some manga. So I don't know, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I just thought it was kind of neat. Anyway, that's my little story about this anime that I found that helped me through COVID. But yeah, I've been like studying the backgrounds, because they have very like interesting backgrounds. Like they're very kind of budget backgrounds. They are nothing like Makoto Shinkai backgrounds. They're very simple. So I've been trying to study them to get a reference of how I want my environments to look. But yeah, as a show though, I mean, I'm sure it's probably cool, but I just couldn't take it seriously once they had the transforming girls. I just thought it was kind of weird. But that's just me. I don't know, maybe I'm not the target demographic for the show. But as a piece of art, I was like, yeah, this is well made, this is cool. May on the left too. I don't know which one May is. Soul Eater. I'm not familiar with that one. I actually, yeah, now that you mention it, I think it was the main character did look a lot like Dan. Maybe that's why I picked it up. Except I forgot the name of the main character in this show. It's like a very short name, and I can't for the life of me cannot remember it. Ku, I think is his name. And I remember his name because this girl, that's like her only line in the entire show. He'll go fight stuff and she's just standing there. And then he'll like win a fight and then some guy's about to come behind him and she just stares at him and goes, Ku. That's all she does. And I didn't really like her too much. But yeah, that's Ku. And then let's search Dan from Bakugan. It's the same vibe. I don't know why, but I really like it. Like the design is just so cool. I don't know why. But this is like, if I find like another show that looks like this, that just doesn't have girl swords, well, Bakugan, that's basically what that show is. So maybe Bakugan is my cup of tea after all. But yeah, similar, it's not the same, it's a different red. It's just got, like, it's got warm colors, but this actually kind of looks a bit more like the Full Metal Alchemist dude than Dan, I think. Like, the hairstyle is similar, but everything else about him looks like the Full Metal Alchemist guy. What was his name? I remember the knight dude, Alphonse, but I don't remember the other guy. You know, the guy with the red... This dude. These two look really... Yeah, that's like the same red and the same blonde, except the line art is done differently. So here's something that... this is on topic to my art direction here, so this is why I'm bringing this up. Because people have asked me if I'm going to have colored line art, and it's like, why don't you add a texture for colored line art? The reason why is that you don't always do that. This studio and Bakugan, there is no color, it's all just black line art, and I like how that looks. You see here as well, it's just black. There's no like colored line art, whereas this dude, they do, I guess it's a stylistic choice, I suppose. But you can see here that they have the yellow, like the dark blonde lineup for the hair, but not everyone does that. You know, this show just does black, and it's kind of cheaper to just do it in black. So, and I don't know, there's something that looks more retro to me when it's just in black. So I like that. And anyway, the reason why I thought of this dude is because in the DVD, this is the highlight of the story. In the DVD, there was this pamphlet, an Anime Expo pamphlet from 2006 from like my city promoting all these anime events. And it was like a time capsule, dude. It was crazy. It had like all these ads for like new DVD box sets out now. And it had like F-Zero and stuff or whatever. And it had like Supernova Sydney coming spring 2006. We're gonna have the voice actor from Full Metal Alchemist, and it had the big render of the Full Metal Alchemist dude. And I'm like, oh, he looks exactly like the guy on the front of this box. But yeah, it was so cool looking at it. It's really like going back in time. It's crazy. But anyway, that was my little story about trying to get back in. Well, I never was really into anime, so I'm trying to get into it now, which I really should have probably done earlier, but it's never too late. Anyway, back to my own anime here. So I remember something about the elbows is like not sitting right with me. I think it's between these two frames. Ah, it's right here. Right here. It like rotates out and then down. It looks weird. Don't like it. Gotta rotate you back this way. Oh, auto key. I keep turning it off because I'm afraid that I'll like move something that I'm not supposed to and ruin the animation, but then I keep forgetting to turn it back on. So I kind of actually, you know what? I think both of these, we could like meet these in the middle. Like this should come out a little bit more. And then this should also come out less. There we go. That's a lot smoother. Because the elbow kind of sticks at this angle and then goes back. That's what was looking off. That's why it looks strange. Flaming Fox says that is a vibe. The what was the name of it? And Elemental something. It is a vibe. That's it. Yeah, I think the reason I picked it up was just to absorb it into my lexicon of reference of like stuff that's cool and try and like inject some of it into this. Because I don't know, I think the vibe that Feline is sort of going for, that's kind of why Guilty Gear is sort of cool as well, because it has this, because anime from 15 years ago looks different to the stuff I glance at now. And I don't know, there's probably heaps of different other styles that I don't know about, but just from the like when I see people post stuff on Twitter and like when I see Crunchyroll ads, there's just like a look. I guess like each decade has like a different look. It's the same anime style, of course, but each it comes down to each studio has their own little style, and then it kind of shapes the look of the decade. And there's something about like the 2000s decade, just the way anime looked at that time, that I like. And then there's 90s anime, which looks even more retro, and that's not really, I don't want to go that far back. But that also has anime from the like you look at, someone told me to watch this Evangelion, and I haven't watched it, but when I've seen pictures of it, well, I guess it's because it's analog, so it's a bit different. I don't think it was made digitally because it was made in like the 90s or something. But just the color choice and everything, and the way that the characters are inked, it just looks a little different than that show I just showed you. Like I don't know what it is, but it's the way that they do shadows. Because I've seen like pictures of like the robots from that show, and there's a very distinctive way, and I'm seeing here as well at the elbows sticking out. There's like a very distinctive way that they shade in the 90s, at least just from this one. What was it? Evangelion. Because I need to find a picture of it, because I find it, I have no idea whether I'll like this show, but I do find that the way it's shaded and the color choice, I don't know what it is, but the highlights are very strong. Like these like highlights on the metal are very like striking, and there's something more to it as well that I can't really see in this picture. It's just the lighting looks harsher. And I don't mean it in a bad way. Like, it looks cool. It doesn't look as soft. And I can't quite put my finger on it. Maybe there's like the color grain as well, because it's like I'm assuming this was done like the old school way, where it's like photographed on a physical cell. I'm just gonna guess. I don't know. You guys can correct me. I have no idea really. But yeah, you see the highlights on how heavy these are. Like they have this big, huge highlight here and here. I don't know if this is just a mech thing or not, but I think it looks cool. Like that, just the way that the highlights are done in. Because I've noticed that with, see, it's different from something like Genshin Impact. I know this is a game, but the reason I don't use Genshin as a reference is because they don't do their highlights and shadows this way. They do them like painted, which I don't like that. I like this sort of hard, strict three-tone, but there's something about this in particular that's even sharper than other stuff I've seen. I can't put my finger on it, but maybe you guys can. No, I haven't. No, seriously, I haven't watched Invigilante. I know, it sounds crazy. That's why you guys were all bullying me not last week, the week before I got sick. I remember I brought this up and everyone was like dogpiling me saying, what? How have you not and look, I've watched 5 episodes of Elemental Jaleid now, okay? So I'm basically an anime expert now, guys, okay? I've watched 5 episodes of this. I'm basically, yeah, I know what I'm doing. But yeah, no, I haven't watched. I've heard of Evangelion, but I haven't watched it. There's just something about the bend of this arm that I really. You know what? This is probably fine. I think this is okay. Let me just make sure it's mirrored correctly. You know why? Actually, this is like half an anime example, half not. But I think because I was thinking about that. Because after I got off that stream, I felt pretty devastated, right? Because I'm thinking, man, everyone here knows more about anime than me. I'm a fraud. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And I was thinking, why don't I watch more stuff? And there's a few reasons why. Because I'm just too busy mostly. But also, I thought about like why, given the time, because sometimes I'll have an opportunity where I could watch something and I just don't. And I think the reason why, it's going to sound a bit nuts, but I think it's an interesting reason. I think part of it is because, you know when you hear about something, or you get shown a trailer of something, and it doesn't really tell you what that thing is, but it gives you an impression, and you can like imagine what it's about, but you don't really know anything about it. I kind of like having that about a lot of things. And I think I figured this out with Treasure Planet, which is not an anime. It's a Disney Western animated one. But I remember when I was 5 or something, I saw the trailer for Treasure Planet on this VHS, on the Monsters Inc. VHS. They had the trailer for Treasure Planet, and it was the coolest trailer. It looked so cool. The music was awesome. It had the dude on the sky skateboard thing. And I was like, oh, this looks so cool. But for whatever reason, I just never saw the movie. But I had this image in my head of like what I thought it was gonna be like. Like I had this imagined just from the music, the way the impression that the trailer left on me. It gave me this entire imagined thing of what Treasure Planet would be. And then it wasn't until like last year I found it at Vinny's and I watched it and it was great. It wasn't exactly what I was like picturing it as. And it was cool. But I was trying really hard as well to like, that's why I'm probably not going to watch it again for a while. Because I want to hold on to like that image in my head of what I thought it was going to be. Because then that could be like that could be my own thing. Like if I have an idea of what I think Treasure Planet is and it isn't what I think it is, but I think like I've now got a new idea I can use for something that might not exist. Because it's inspired by like, you know, the trailer I saw for that movie, but because I'm just kind of using my imagination to fill in the blanks, Treasure Planet in my brain before I saw it, it could be about whatever I want. I could make up anything. And that's kind of, I think you could basically just turn that into your own story at that point. And I really like having that, like just that blindfold of like not knowing and just being able to imagine my own whatever it is. So when it comes to things like Evangelion, I don't know if I'll ever watch it because I have an idea in my head on what I think it is. And I kind of like having that. I don't know if I'll ever do anything with that idea. So maybe if I decide that I don't want to do anything with that impression, I might decide to watch it. It's just so I know what it is. But for something that, if it gives me a really cool impression that I don't want ruined, I probably won't ever watch what it is, the actual thing, I find. I don't know if that sounds nuts. But I don't know if anyone else has had that, but you know when you just have your own like idea in your head, like your own expectations of what you think it should be like. I think that's cool. I like having that. I don't like having it ruined by actually watching it. Yeah, exactly. So even though like I haven't watched all of that pirate show, Elemental, like I only watched the first 5 episodes, and already I'm thinking of like I because it was so recent, I remember exactly what I thought it was going to be like. and I wrote it down. And because I haven't seen the rest of the show, it's not completely spoiled for me yet. So I can still make up what I think. Like, I now have 5 episodes of knowledge on what actually happens in the show, but I can try and erase that from my memory and come up with my own story based on that character, because I think the character design's so cool with the hook. And what I would think to do is sort of have a similar dude, but just take out the girl and just tell some cool story about pirates. And then maybe that's what the show is actually about. I have no idea. But I could give him his own mission. I could change the tone. I could do whatever I want, because it's all in my head. Now, that's all fine, but of course, it's nice when it actually turns into something, right? So I try not to indulge in that too much, because at the end of the day, I've got something I'm working on already, and that's kind of the main priority. But if I'm ever out of ideas, I just go look at trailers of stuff, trying to come up with my own, like, what I think it is, and then use that as a starting off point. And there's like a fun to it as well. There's like a certain fun in not knowing. I don't know if that's just like, if that's because you have the anticipation, the suspense of like, what is this about? That's why I like going to those shops in the first place, because it's not, I don't know what it is. It's not the same on streaming services. It's not quite the same. It's when you go somewhere and you literally, like, the choice of media is whatever they have on the shelf. You don't get to just algorithmically pick. You have to choose something, or not choose anything. But you're at one of these places and they just have all this media. You have to choose. You can't let an algorithm pick it. You have to choose it, and you have to essentially use your imagination, or you basically have to judge whatever it is you pick up from the cover and use your imagination to think, do I think I'll enjoy this? And there's something about that is not, I don't know if maybe you can do that with something like Netflix, but I didn't have that experience with it at all when I tried it. But there's like a certain fun to like picking something randomly up, having no idea what it is, judging what it is based on the cover, coming up with your own like impression, and then the anticipation of driving back home thinking, oh, I wonder if it's gonna have this or this in it, and then just finding out. Like, sometimes finding out is fun too, and then sometimes not finding out is fun too. So I don't know, it's weird, but I like it. I enjoy it. So it's pretty crazy. I've basically turned not watching shows into a pastime. Pretty much. But anyway, I could talk about that for many hours of other trailers I saw, but we need to focus, okay? We gotta concentrate. But yeah, the arms are moving a lot better. There was something else I wanted to do as well. The shoulders were too high up, that's right. Just save. Thanks for redeeming Control S. Every time you say it's fine, it should be finer, you jinx yourself. I know I do. I always curse everything. I always doom everything when I think it's like almost there. Spot on observation. Archive. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, it's you don't want your initial impression like ruined by it, right? I had the same thing for the Dark Materials books, but my curiosity got the better of me there, and I had to read them because I had seen the Golden Compass. Because I talk about this movie a lot. I love it. I'd seen the movie like ages ago, and I recently knew that, like, oh, this is actually like based on a whole book series, and there's like a whole 2 other books to this, and I was really curious. I had an imagined thing in my head of what would happen, but I was so curious to find out that I had to like go, you know what? I need to actually just read this. I need to find out. And it was really cool, actually. It was nothing like what I expected at all. It was very not what I expected at all, but it was actually really awesome. That was like one of the rare times where we're like actually finding out paid off big time. Because usually I get pretty disappointed, but for this one, it was like, this is way better than anything I could have imagined. It was really cool. Anyway, I just got to be extra careful here because this is this has the interpolation stuff happening on it, and I'm trying to lower the shoulders on each frame, but without glitching them out, which is going to be. I'm trying to think how I should do it. You know what? I'll just go in and like lower them 1 degree at a time. It should work. I know every time I say that it doesn't, but just please, this has to work. I just want to lower her shoulders. If I just snap them down, and if I do that on each keyframe, it shouldn't look jittery. That's what I'm hoping for. Flaming Fox. You should... Yeah, I encourage it. It's also cheaper because you end up like buying less stuff. So it's compatible with the starving artist lifestyle, where you go browse DVD covers and not buy anything, and you just come up with your own thing. There you go. Don't have to spend a single dollar, unless of course something really does look cool. But because if you stick to like used, like oh, there was this one, because I mentioned when I was at the end of last year, I went on a short little 3-day road trip with a few of my buddies. And one morning we got up and we just started walking around the shops, and I found this, I think it was called like Books and Records, and it was just like this pre-owned, it had like heaps of stuff in it, and it was this tiny little corner store, but it was so magical and cool because it was literally, the place had like all this, it had a lot of character to it. I don't really know how to describe it, but the front of the building was like overflowing with used books and like cassettes and movies. Like it was literally, there was shelves out the front of the building, and it had a sign on it that says, "Please stop donating. We have too much stuff." So of course I went in because I'm like, this stuff is gonna have heaps of treasure. I gotta check it out. And I picked up like 6 movies for like $20. It was crazy. I still haven't watched all of them, but I found there's this one movie that I found that I really do need to watch that I'm told is really good, called Prince of Egypt. It's a traditional animated DreamWorks movie, and I remember those being really good. So I found a copy of that, and I found like 5 other things too that were just awesome. And that's I don't know, there's something exciting about it, because it isn't like you go on the browse page of whatever website and you just like endlessly scroll. It's just, I don't know, there's just the experience is different. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but it feels a lot more like a treasure hunt. And I just think that's fun. Okay, let me just make sure this is mirrored. It's mirrored properly here. Oh, there we go. So you see I'm lowering the shoulders on each of these now. Oh, wrong keyframe there. There we go. Oh, hold on. Gotta copy you. So, no, that doesn't look like the right one. This and this look so different. Oh no, they don't. It's just because it's mirrored, it looks different. Oh, I didn't change the shoulders on this one. Oh no. Oh, oops. Paste flipped, please. There we go. Oh, there we go. Now their shoulders. Yeah, they just looked a little too high up. And it looks like I've managed to raise the shoulders without ruining the rest of the body. So that's great. It's fantastic. Okay. You know what? Should probably move on to another one, because I think I've made this look a lot better. This is vastly improved, but there's like a sweet spot I've noticed for me, where if I look at an animation for more than like an hour, I start to just waste time. So we're gonna move on to something else. But this is already a big improvement. Oh, there was one sorry, one little thing that I know absolutely will look better, that I'm not going to finick over for the next half hour, just moving this foot a bit further forward. It was the last little thing I needed to remember. Prince of Egypt is a classic. Well, good. That's good news for me then, because I must have found a good one. There was. Oh, I'm trying to remember the other ones because some of you might know these other movies. I found a copy of Saving Private Ryan, which I also haven't seen, and I'm told that that's really good. And oh, I'm trying to remember the name of the other one. Oh yeah, there was some. I have a weird relationship with this IP. It was this 1998 movie called Lost in Space, which I don't. Maybe some of you have maybe seen, maybe not. It's an old movie, I guess, but it's based on a. I know what it's based on though. I hadn't seen the movie when I found it, but I had seen the original 1960s TV show because my dad had grown up with it and he made us watch it as kids. So I was like, oh, they made a movie out of this thing? So I picked that up because I was just so curious. I'm like, they made a 1998 adaptation of this into a film? I just thought it was so bizarre. And yeah, it was interesting. It's a very long movie. Well, it's not long, but it feels long because it's like 5 acts. But the CGI is it's very divisive. Anything that's organic looks terrible, but anything that is mechanical looks stunning. For 1998, like it looks as good as Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, but this is like 5 years before Revenge of the Sith, so it's pretty like they have this whole dogfight scene like the beginning of Revenge of the Sith at the beginning, but these guys had like done it first and it looked so cool. It was actually amazing. It has the guy from Friends in it, the dude with the black spiky-ish short hair. I don't know his name, but he's supposedly famous in Friends. He's in the movie. But yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah, I think just about every film I found was from like the late 90s. It's a weird, yeah, now that I think of it. They were all from like specific, because I think Prince of Egypt was 98 as well, so I think they were all from like 1998 specifically. Which is, I didn't notice until after, when I like took them back and like read, because I like to read all the fine print on the back, and I'm like, oh, these are all published the same year. That's so fascinating. Actual treasure trove? Yeah, I hope so. I still haven't had time to watch them all, but that's the cool thing is that, you know, it takes me like 6 months to watch 6 movies just because of time. So if I find like 6 DVDs, that's like half of my year entertainment wise. I'm set. And I get to keep those movies forever, because DVDs, so I don't know why people stop buying DVDs. DVDs are so cool. You don't have to pay a subscription on them, you just get to keep them. But anyway, sorry, I could go on a 2-hour talk on physical media, but maybe another time. At the moment, I'm happy with this run. We will move on to something. What will I move on to? I don't know. I'm kind of sick of looking at... I was going to do the other run as well, but I'm a little tired of looking at runs. I need something different. I need to work on something different. Let me look through my list. There's some others we haven't started on yet. Oh, how much time I got left? I got a bit of time left. I'm thinking maybe, you know, I'll let you guys pick, because I can't make my mind up. Here are the 2 ones I'm vibing. One of these 2. Oh, sorry, no. No, I don't feel like doing that one. Either this one or this. So this is a I'll tell you about this one. So this one at the bottom of the list here. This is like when Gabi attaches from a rail from underneath the rail. We were thinking to have her do like some flip onto the rail. And this one we're gonna have, because everyone kept, when we were doing the idols the other week, we had a basic idol pose going, but we don't have any cool things she does when she stands for too long. And a lot of people had ideas for like her doing stretches and stuff. So I'll give you guys the choice. Should we work on one of those stretches? I'm thinking of having her like do that with her arms or something. Or should we have her do like the grind to like hook onto the grind rail from below? Idle stretch? Okay. It looks like idle stretch has it. I see 2 idle stretches in here. A third, yeah, okay, we'll do idle. I was feeling idle as well. It's probably, I was gonna say it's probably easy, but it's probably not. But it seems more a casual one to work on. It's less intensive than this one, because I don't even know where I'd begin on this one. But this one I already have the idle base pose to work with, so it's an easier starting point. So we'll do that. So all I have to do is find her idol in here. And we just need to copy this. And we'll call this idol... I'm sure there's a name for this type of animation. Do you guys know? I feel like there's a name for these types of animations that play when you just... They're not just called idle. I want to say taunts, but I don't know if that's the right word. But it's something like that for these types of animations. Is taunts the right one? A fidget? I like the word fidget. That's a good name. I like the name fidget. We'll use that. Idle fidget. Because I want to keep the idle and the fidget, like naming wise, separate. So instead of having idle 1, 2, 3, 4, because I'm going to get confused. I'm not going to know which is which. Because one of them is going to be the proper idle and the rest won't, and I'm not going to know. But if I call one of them idle fidget, then I know that it's like, okay, this is a fidget animation and not just the idle itself. So I'm going to use the word fidget. I like that one. I don't know if that's the proper word, but I like it. So we're going to cut out all these other keyframes, or maybe not, actually. We might keep those. We might actually keep those. Question, though, is whether we should start using... I think we'll start from here, yeah. So I'll look up just some reference, because I've done this pose a bit, but just to be sure. Arm stretch reference. Arm stretch. Let's look up some stuff. Well, it's called a cross. We'll search up specifically cross arm stretch. Just to make sure, you know, because I might know how to do it, but we need to make sure that she has proper form and technique. This guy doesn't, he looks a little like his technique is too good, almost. Nah, she's gonna look more fun. She's gonna look more casual. I don't know if it's just his face that's like throwing me off, but this looks a bit too rigid. All right, well, I'll just leave that up and we'll come up with something. Road to El Dorado is also another classic. Oh, I have seen that one a long time ago, and I do remember it was pretty good. I don't remember what happens, but I just remember it was a good time. I remember it was really good. I don't remember why it was really good. I just remember it was. You know what I'm saying? I need to track that one down as well. So I don't know if I should keep the rest of her body moving. No, I don't think I should. I think she needs to not shift her weight. She needs to stay, but still have some movement, but not too much. So I'm basically trying to remove stuff from this. So I'll take all the keyframes off the arms and the hips, because I want to keep some of this, like her breathing and her tail. Yeah, maybe I do need reference, because I don't know how the rest of the body reacts. Because the hips, okay, the hips are twisting, so I'm gonna have to twist the hips. But I'll keep her pretty still during the stretch. I'll have her maybe lean into one of her legs. The thing is, I haven't ever... This is where my lack of background is gonna show, probably. So for someone saying earlier, do I have a large professional background? This is a bit of a giveaway here, because I've actually never animated a stretch before. This is gonna be the first time. And I know that there's gonna be something that we have to do here to make it look like she's really stretching. Like there's gonna be, we have to really play it up, I think. We have to really exaggerate it to look like she's really stretching the muscle out. If we just pose it and we copy a reference, it's gonna look too stiff. We have to, I know that there's something you have to really play into it, but I don't know how much or how that's gonna look yet. So I guess we'll find out. But let's start with her arms. I might just start them in the pose straight up. Yeah, I think I'll just start them off in the... Or maybe just in case I want to have her arms move up, which, yeah, actually that'd be a good idea. So maybe at frame 10. Well, I'll start at frame 10 and have her arms in the pose. So we'll do her right... We'll stretch her right arm. We'll have that going across. And now, there is... I'm going to take a risk here. It might not be a risk at all, but I think it's a risk. Someone pointed out once that when they animate stuff, they typically use FK on the arms. Now, my rig is capable of switching to FK, but I'm really worried it's going to break something. But this would be really good for FK, so we're going to do it. So there should be a switch in here called a level here that goes FK, IK, hand. So I'm going to clear the keyframes off of the IKs, and we're going to use FK. So if I change this slider, it's now going to follow the FK. And hopefully when I export it, it won't break. Because I honestly don't know. I have not tried it. But half of my brain thinks it'll break, and my other half of my brain has hope that it won't, because it would be stupid as hell to set up a thing like this if it wouldn't export. So part of my brain is thinking, if Rigify has support for this, surely it would work, because there'd be no point in having it otherwise. But because I haven't tried it, I don't know. So I guess we'll see. But now I'm going to have to hide the FK and bring in these bones. So this is, we're going to pose these a little differently than we've done the others, because I just feel like this is the right call here. And wow, her shoulders. Sorry, Gabi, your shoulders, you're going to hurt. Okay, this is going to hurt a bit. Oh. So we've got to have that shoulder come out a bit. And it needs to come up as well. So actually, yeah, having that reference is kind of handy, because it goes up like that. And her hips also, the hips twist around a bit too. I'm just trying to... No, she should be doing... I think she should be, the arm, she should be twisting towards whatever way her weight is going. So I don't think I want to do that, I don't think I want to do that arm. So let me go back. I want to do it the opposite way. Let me just I'll key these first though. Actually, I'm gonna start over, because I want her to be. There's something that because I deleted the keyframes from this. So let me copy these again and paste them in. Oh, they're already there. Paste. Oh, it's not gonna... give me a minute. Because I want her to be leaning into the other foot, and there is a keyframe on the idle where she does it, but because I took out the hip bones keyframes, I don't have that keyframe now. So let me just try that one more time. If I just copy again from this, I'll have it. So it's here. I want this. I want it on this. Exactly the way this is here. This is where I want her arms to stretch. So I want her to turn her. Yeah, I want it to go like this. And this is why, having all that work I did on topologizing the shoulders, this is where this comes in handy. Because now I can actually have her do stretches and have her body not look deformed and weird. I mean, this is, obviously it's deforming, but the way it's meant to. It's not doing, just imagine trying to do this on the old Gabi. It would be a disaster. Complete disaster. And it looks like the arm is rotated this way. And I do have special tweak bones on the shoulders we can get to in a bit. That'll help us with getting the shoulders deforming a certain way. But for the moment, let's see what the best I can do with these. Oh. This what I, no? Nope. Yes. That's what I want. But we gotta, It's actually kind of a tricky one. Cause yeah, this shoulder, maybe this needs to come forward more. Yeah, it does. Just paying attention to my shoulder there and where it's moving. Gabi floss moment. No, no, she's not flossing. No, we're not doing the Ninja's New Year's Eve right now. Oh, hold on. Tell me, maybe I might not know. This might be complete rubbish. But I remember hearing somewhere that the floss was like copyrighted. Is that true? Is that like an actual thing? I just remember hearing that somewhere. Like someone tried to sue someone for using the floss. So, look, as much as I'd love to go there, if that story's true, it might be a better idea not to go there. I don't want to get litigated by the floss kid or whatever, whoever it is. We don't need more legal problems on this project today. Could be multiple stretch. Well, yeah, we'll look at doing multiple, but we'll just do one for the moment. People, oh, they tried to? Okay, thank goodness then. Then that means, oh no, I don't want to say it, but if that story isn't true, it means that we technically can use it. But no, I don't want to go there. Okay, I don't want to have to animate the floss. It's so much work. I'd rather do anything else. I'd rather do Sporticus's push-up aerobics routine than the floss. If I'm gonna be real with you right now, I'd rather do Sporticus's one-armed push-up, which looks difficult as hell to animate, but I would rather do that than the floss. Excuse me, it's just the COVID throat. There's just, yeah, there's something, I've got something wrong. I think the torso needs more twist. And this shoulder looks like it's going to collapse on itself. There's just something a bit strange. I think, yeah, no, this needs to be up way more. Oh, that's better. Much better. Because the shoulder looks like it's being compressed, but if I move it up, that's way better. Because if you move it down here, it looks like it's being squashed. It looks really strange. But you move it up here, it's like, there we go. But he has his arm a bit straighter in the reference. There we go. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But yeah, the rest of the body looks strange. We'll have to, her spine is, something's wrong. Something's a bit wrong. Oh my, oh. Maybe IK would have been a good idea. Because yeah, now that, because it's keying into the rest of her body, so it's, I'm gonna have to take those keyframes off. I'm gonna have to take you bye-bye. You have to go bye-bye now. Same with you, shoulders. You're gonna have to go bye-bye. Oh, actually, there we go. That works. But she needs... her hips need to kind of stop, and she needs to stretch. I don't know if her back should be more arched as well. Like, up here. Like, yeah, I'm trying to think of any way I can to really exaggerate this. Because I think having it just like this is not going to be enough. It looks... it doesn't look like she's stretching. It just looks like she's moving her hands. It needs to look like she's really pulling the muscles. And I think the way to do that... well, firstly, yeah, her hips as well. We need to... those need to really start twisting into... that's why the spine looks so bad. We might have to start those tweak bones, start using those for this one. Because yeah, this whole part of her body here looks so bad. This whole back, it just, something looks really bad. Something's very wrong. But I feel like, yeah, yeah, she should like shift her weight in the middle here. Straighten her legs up. And I feel like she should be pulling... excuse me. She should be like using, like, having this pull back, and her body is like pulling it back as well. That's what I feel like should be happening. But yeah, it's just... I haven't animated a stretch before, but I just know that, like, you really, like, if you're doing a stretch, even when you're not doing a stretch, you have to just exaggerate everything. Not like that. Okay. If I twist that more. No, it looks a bit too... tweak bone time. We gotta get the tweak bones out. We gotta bring out the specialist bones here. So I've got these extra layer of bones for situations like this. Yeah, this arm looks like it's gonna come down a bit. wonder how straight that is. How straight can I make it? Okay, that's like touching my bicep. So Gabi, you could pull that arm in more because it's not touching her arm. So we should be able to, I mean, if I can fold it in more, surely Gabi can, right? Like here, that's where that needs to be. So yeah, I'm thinking, what ways can I really exaggerate this? Like everything has to look insane. It has to look over the top. So that's why I'm thinking with this upper part of the torso, because if you have it leaning forward like this, it just looks bad. But if you have it really, does it need more twist maybe? Like if we go really hard with it like this is like, maybe we'll start with what's too much and work our way backwards. Like this is too much. This is kind of like uncomfortable. I think the twist there might be fine. Something weird looks in the middle of her body. Something strange. It's like some bone. Maybe it's the scaling. I don't know what it is, but it looks like her stomach is sticking out too much. So we'll move some of these around. Ah, that's it. Oh, it's her breathing because it's scaling up her body. So we might just move these back a little just to adjust them. Or maybe this will move forward. Okay, we could probably make that a little bigger. And then there's the shoulder tweak bones should be here somewhere. Ah, there we go. So we can, this arm needs help. It needs so much help. It's struggling. I don't know if this will this actually do anything here? I don't know. I don't know if the help, it might be too deformed that it might not be able to even help. So let's dial that back a little bit then. Because this shoulder looks like it's in pain. I think it's the twist of the forearm. Oh, that's right. Okay. It's just the forearm was twisted too much and it was crumpling the shoulder. But we gotta somehow rotate it up and rotate it this way without the shoulder getting destroyed. So maybe like this. And I'll move this all back. I'll scale it, move it, just so that the shoulder doesn't look like it's being compressed. Move it out a little. So that's what these helper bones I set up are kind of meant to do. That's much, you see this, I don't know if you guys just saw a few seconds ago of it before. It looks a little squashed. That's actually not, that's just the normals, because I've actually done the normals to look flatter. So if it looks like flat, it's fine. It's not the rig, it's the normals that are doing that. But if we turn on the materials, you see our arm has still got volume. It's not squashed. We'll have to, her body is sort of, we're gonna move, gotta like move her chest a little bit so it isn't like clipping. And this other shot, will this need help, I wonder? I'm gonna turn off her hair so I can just, oh, no, not like that. I just want to turn her off her hair so I can see this shoulder a bit better. Actually, that's not so bad. It's actually not bad. It's just it's folding a little bit in the middle there. So if I rotate this a certain way, it'll alleviate the tension a bit. But this is a very extreme, we won't be able to get rid of all of it, but maybe some of it. And we could scale it a little so it preserves its volume. Because I'm looking at this, and the guy's shoulders, because it's pressing up, it gets bigger, because the skin is like pressing up. So, you know like when you put your foot on the ground and your foot looks slightly fatter than whether it was just sticking out in the air? Same thing happening here with the shoulder, when you press it against you like that. Well, that's why as well, when you push up against your bicep, I can't, hold on, like that. It looks bigger. That's the same thing that's going on with the shoulder. So we can use those bones to just expand her arm so it looks like it's pressing up against the rest of her body there. So we can even take this and just sort of scale it a little. And we should animate those too. I think if we animate those scaling like there's something soaring through them, because I've been looking at the Guilty Gear animations a lot, and I've noticed that whenever it looks like they're like focusing on my part of their body, like one of the dude's idols, he had like his bicep was scaling, and you could tell that he was like flexing the bicep. I think we should maybe animate those to just sort of scale, so it looks like it's sort of, I don't know how to describe it, but it looks like she's exerting the muscle. I think that's what you would do, right? You'd sort of scale it a little bit and just draw attention to it. I guess that's what you're really trying to do there. You're trying to draw attention and emphasis. I'd imagine that's what is really happening there. And then this fist, we can bend that a bit. See, this already looks a bit more, you know, the pose looks stronger just with those tweaks. But it's still not enough, I think. Maybe it is, but I'm worried that it isn't enough. Oh, wait a second. Actually, because I did all those on a different keyframe by accident, and you can see the difference. That was a total accident, but that's what it was. And then I accidentally skipped to the other keyframe. That's it now. You see the difference? How she looks like she's really exerting herself there? Like that versus that. See, that's what I'm talking about, exaggeration. Except I've done that all on the wrong keyframe. So I don't know how am I gonna, oops. I'm gonna have to bring this back to frame 10. I did this too late in the timeline. I didn't pay attention to the timeline. So it's all on frame 29. So let me get all the torso tweak bones. I'm just trying to remember every bone I touched and bring it back to regular, to whatever the frame it's meant to be on. I think it's frame 16 is meant to be on. I think. Yes, frame 16. Oh. So I'm just like, for some of these bones, because I still want to keep the breathing animation there. Oh, those shoulders. These bones. Oh, actually, these are not, those aren't where they were supposed to be though. Because I want to keep the breathing in, which I've already animated in. So, okay, I think it's just the arms and that's it. Oh no. Let me just move all of that. There we go. So her breathing is still there. But it looks like the arms... Something's not right. Now, I know the transition looks very awkward right now, but this is just a starting point. I don't know how she's actually going to transition, because she can't just start, it can't start straight away, it'll look weird. So we have to, I'm leaving in the first 16 frames, so that we can add some kind of transition from the idle to this stretch. There needs to be a transition. Does it need more twist? I think what we should do, my game theory. I'm gonna turn off the tweak bones and the tail, because I don't want to mess with those. or the legs. I'm gonna turn off everything I don't want to touch. I just want to get the torso and the arms. Because I don't know what are these for? Oh, that's the, I don't need this bone then. Yeah, that's the neck. I don't need that. I didn't actually touch the neck at all. Is the neck in the right spot even? It looks okay. Maybe if we bring it back even more and twist it a little bit away. No, maybe the head needs to be twisted. Maybe twist it the other way. Yeah, it's a bit more exaggerated now. But I feel like the entire body needs to be rotated more. Like, and it needs to like oscillate a little somehow. Like there has to be this, and then there has to be another one a few frames later. That's like, it has to like go back further and then back and then back further and then back. It needs to like sort of like shake. It needs to like shake a bit here. But that looks a little too unnatural. I think it needs to come back further. But the upper body has to rotate more than the lower body. Like this. And the head has to kind of follow a little bit. See, I don't know why, but every time I rotate it back further, it doesn't look like it's enough. Because what I'm picturing, I don't know, maybe there's a reference out there somewhere that has what I want. But I want her arm, my audio might go, I'm going to move my microphone, but I want her to like stretch back like that. Like it goes back, forward, and back again, but it has to really look kind of like this. Like that, like she's really stretching it. That's what I'm trying to get, but I doesn't feel, I'm not feeling it yet. Like there's something where it looks like it's stopping and it isn't. I don't know what it is. I'm sure I'll work. I think maybe I need to bend this more, actually. Yeah, that could be it. Like really, I'm just trying to see the most, yeah, see this is a bit better now. I just like rotate her back up a bit more. And it looks like she's really pulling back. That's what I want. And then we'll copy those back. Now that's a bit too abrupt. So we'll space these out a little bit. Now that's too abrupt. Maybe if I take just halfway between these two, I'll get what I want. So I'm just trying to find a halfway point here. I don't know if I've got it. And I don't know which bones it needs to be. I think these. So I'll take this. Sorry, it's my cough. And we'll bring it back here a bit. So it's not quite... No, the body's moving too much. No, I can't move the body. It's the arms that have to move. And, well... excuse me, it's the upper body that has to kind of... It's just this bit that has to move. This has to sort of jitter. I think. At least I think it does. It feels like it should. Like she's really like hanging on, pulling that arm. Like something like this, but this is very rough. If I like turn off interpolation, I don't know how this will come across. Nah. I think I figured out the reason this is going to be tough. It's because what I was worried about happening, what I was worried about was going from IK to FK, because it has to, the hands have to somehow be in the exact same pose here. But the original idol uses IK, so that somehow the hands have to be in the same spot using FK where the IK hands were in the previous animation, which they aren't. So I don't know how I'm going to solve that. But then, yeah, then they have to gradually somehow switch to FK when she's doing the stretch, and then go back to IK by the end. So I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if that's possible. That's why I was kind of worried about using FK, because I don't know if that's going to even if I get it working in Blender, I don't know if that'll work in Unreal, or if that'll break. So that's something I'm a little worried about. But now that I'm looking at this from the side, I see another problem. Her hips. Actually, her whole torso, it all seems off gravity. I think, oh yes, the hips need to come out like this. That's right. Because it looks like she's off balance. But if I have it like this, if I move that here, that's way, yeah. I don't know if you guys can see it, but her hips are like leaping. They start off here when she's standing, and then they go like this. That looks a lot better, because it looks like she's really stretching her spine out and extending it. I know it's a bit awkward with the hands, but if you just look at the body, it goes from this like compress. I mean, it's still pretty straight, but then it really stretches. That's the shape I'm looking for. That's what I want. This might need a... This might only... For this thing I'm trying to do with the arms, and have them sort of shake a little, it might only work when I do the limited. When if I sample this and make it limited animation, and get rid of the interpolation, it might... This might be where I have to do it. Because I need to pull up more Guilty Gear reference to explain what it is I'm trying to explain. Because let me see if I can find a clip. Oh no, did I lose it? Oh no, I think I might have closed the tab. Oh, I did, I closed it. Can I reopen it? Let me search for it, I know it's in here. I had the tab with my Guilty Gear reference, and it's gone. Where is it? I've lost it. I had a tab with Guilty Gear reference, and it's gone. Let me search through. I've just reopened all the tabs I had on stream. Maybe I opened it in one of these. Ah, there it is. Found it. Let me close all this. Actually, I might leave that open. I want to look at that later. That's a cool pose. Oh, let's move you over there. So, what I'm trying to explain with the stretch, the way that it looks like they're really stretching the muscles, I'm sure there's one in here somewhere. I'll turn off looping. If we pay attention to some of these idols, I'll see if I can find, I'm gonna try and find a great example. See the way when he moves, I know he's stretching his neck, it's a little different. Okay, there might be a better one. Maybe one of the Guilty Gear characters does this stretch. But just the way, when he extends the neck, there is something there that's happening. He like combs his hand through his hair, and then the neck like jerks, but it jerks, but then it goes back and then back again. Like it goes there, then back, then there. There's 3 different, like it goes like that. And then the head scales slightly upwards. I don't know if anyone's ever picked up on this, but check this out. I'm just trying to, because the way that we do this sort of thing with stretching the character, it has to be the way, it can't be animated a way you would do it normally. Because we have to use things like bone scaling and these limited animation keyframes like Guilty Gear does. Because of the way, because we got to think, how would a stretch look in a traditional hand-drawn animation? If we look at this dude, see, it's so interesting that they chose for that one frame to keep the rest of the pose static and just to scale the head a little. And then here, it's like the rest of it's pretty static too, it's just the hair moves a little bit. So if we watch that in motion, see that little, I can see now, that little pop of the head. When you see it in motion, it looks like he's applying force, like a lot of force to his head to just like you can feel it. And that isn't just from posing, that's from the timing and the scaling of the bones. And that's something that I have to look, Guilty Gear is sort of the only example of this I can think that they do it in this specific way. So it goes here, back, and then scale, and then forward. Now let's see if we can find more examples. Because this is where I haven't quite mastered it yet, and we aren't finished with all the animations yet. But the thing I'm frustrated about that I haven't been able to nail is the way there's a certain look to these where each single pose, every in-between looks immaculate. And I don't have that going for me yet. But there's something about how they do it, or the attention to detail that they pay, where every single in-between just looks correct. I don't know how to... I don't know how to word it, but it's this thing that you even it's so good that even when you add in the interpolation, like if you were to go into one of these animations and add in if you add the interpolation back in, it would still look anime, not full. It wouldn't look as anime, but it would still look kind of convincing. Because of how they scale and move every little thing in between. Well, they don't move everything. That's the thing that's so interesting too, is that if you look at his, if you look at like the bottom half, like on his legs, you see that like this area moves ever so slightly. And this bit here, the corner of his thing, this all scales ever so slightly in between these two in-betweens. But then the torso doesn't move. Like, a lot of that doesn't really move at all. It stays in, like, the same spot. It's, like, pretty static. But all the bits of the collar are, like, flapping around. The hair, everything. I don't know what it is. It's just, like, every single keyframe is, like, considered and really packed. Especially this character. This is a bit similar, this animation. But the way that she moves... I can't describe it, but there's like a... I need to look at this a lot more. But you see, there's something that I'm seeing. I can't describe it, but I'm seeing something. I'm trying to ignore the hair and the skirt and stuff, because it's throwing me off. I'm trying to ignore that stuff and just focus on the torso. But there's something there's something about it. I think it could be... It's... Okay, this is why it doesn't look as good on mine. You notice that in this, this is a bit different. We'll have to do something similar here. But between this keyframe and this keyframe is a huge difference. But then this one and this one is not as big of a difference. The arm actually looks like it's almost in the same spot. But there's more. There isn't just the... It's the way that by having her cover such a big distance between those two frames, followed by such a short distance, that kind of timing, it makes it look like she's accelerating and then decelerating and sort of stretching. But then there's more going... I'm kind of looking at the bottom here. I'm trying to not get distracted by the clothes too much, because the clothes have a lot of movement in them. But if you just look at the way her legs kind of move... Like, you see this leg on this side is completely still between these two keyframes, whereas this one is moving. And the pants... And again, this is hard to... Because I'm trying to separate the clothes from, like, the underlying body here. But you see how much movement there is between... Like, there's so much that's moved between those two keyframes. This is like the magic of Guilty Gear and the Arc System style. Like, a lot of that magic is this tiny stuff. Just the amount of movement on just the clothes. And it's really hard because a lot of it, I'm trying to figure out how much of this I can apply to Gabi and how much of this is the character design, how much of this can I apply to Gabi, because I think they do a lot of this trickery with the clothes. Now, I deliberately avoided doing baggy, loose-fitting clothes because rigging, this is all rigged, by the way, this isn't physics. So for those that haven't been here the last few streams, one of the reasons I'm not using simulated physics is because this is the sort of stuff you cannot achieve with simulated physics. This is you can only do it like this by hand keying it, which is why this looks amazing and V-Roy doesn't. So if you look at I know I'm kind of getting distracted by the clothes, but it all kind of feeds into this illusion that it's been drawn on. If you look at the way that the skirt, how much it changed, it's like going wobbly like that. And then in the next frame, it's like a different shape, but it flows. And you see it in motion and it looks magical. Like it looks like someone sat there and drew it, even though that's not... That actually what they had to go through to get that to look like way was way worse than drawing it, probably. Because through this skirt, there's like a whole chain of bones here. You see in between every peak is a chain of bones, of like 6 bones. Here, and all around. So you can imagine how much hell, that's why I wanted to not do skirts or loose-fitting clothes, is because it is hell to set that up. But if you have it set up and you know how to animate it, that's where they get this really cool, flowy... That's why this doesn't look... You know when people say with the Gabi's older animations, people were saying it looked blocky? This is why this doesn't look blocky. It's because of these little details that they put in. And the shoes in particular are an even better example, because the shoes don't move all too much either. But you see the little... They move so slightly. Bits of the shoe are scaling and rotating. So anyway, I know that's all the clothes, but I need to pay attention to this stuff, and I need to factor some of this in, because if you don't do that, it'll just kind of look bad. But I have to figure out how I'm going to do it on Gabi, because I don't have all these fancy loose-fitting clothes. But I need to do something with her muscles, her joint placement, and shift them around. That's why mine don't look great yet, is that I'm not doing that yet. And it's also a matter of picking when to do that. Because if you go too overboard too early, you don't want to do that. You want to take it iteratively, a step at a time. And I'm just trying to figure out... I'm trying to study this and think about... What do I need to do first? And what do I leave to the end? What details do I leave to the end? Even this belt buckle, my god. Just it's just like so meticulous. And the way that her little weapon moves when she does that little bump. Hold on. There's just something about the way it moves that's just like very... It's insane. Like this is why I look up to this as a reference, is that it's just insanely magic, this stuff. So anyway, I'm just trying to think, okay, let's see if there's any more stretch. That's a close, it's not the exact same, but that's the closest one we have so far. But even, you see the guy's vest? You see all of this movement that's happening? That's what I mean. That's what makes it look drawn, because it isn't, nothing is ever the exact same shape from one keyframe. Actually, here's even better example, because I can actually apply this to Gabi. Look at his shoulder. Look at his shoulder when he does this. You see how like bits of it are scaling? See how the entire shoulder is like scaling? But then a bit further down it like shrinks and then the shoulder expands. Anyway, I know it's hard to describe it. The reason I keep kind of going in circles here is that I'm trying to figure out the best way to articulate it. Because if I can word it and explain it perfectly, then I'll know what to do. It'll help me process what to do on my thing. But there's just something I'm not quite... It's staring me in the face that I feel like I'm missing. That's something I'm not quite getting. But even this dude, look at his knees. Look at the kneecaps. You see how they just like change shape completely? So there's little bits, these are hints, but it isn't just that it moves. You have to understand why they move that way. I think that's what I'm trying to work out by watching all this. Because what I'm trying to figure out is when Gabi stretches, when she does that, what kind of little bits do I have to move to make it look convincing? And I'm just studying these, and I'm looking at what they decide to move when, and what it means. Like when they decide, if we go back to this dude, when the animators decide that here they want to bend his knees in like that, and then they bend them back out again, why? Why do they do that? And I think if you look hard enough at it, you'll notice patterns and it'll make sense. That's what I'm waiting to happen. But I just need to look at it more. So I think with his thighs, you see how his thighs are scaling? I think the reason that's happening is because as he's lowering his weight down, the muscles are pressing against each other, so they scale the thigh up. And the bone on the I don't know the name of the muscle of the calf. They scale them both the closer the legs come together, so it looks like the muscles are pressing against each other. So that's the sort of detail I'm trying to work out. So that makes sense to me. I understand why they would do that. But there's other stuff. I'm trying to find stuff with any stretching or any arms, and I want to see what they move, and I want to try and figure out why they move it that way. So if we just keep scrolling through these, maybe we'll find something. But this is like, it's really tricky to work out. But if I can work it out, if I can figure out like what I need to do, it'll look amazing. So even see, I'm just looking at, this is an interesting one because these legs are not very baggy, like they're very tight fitting legs. And I'm just looking at how they move the muscles on the legs. And when she moves her legs, they actually have follow through on the thighs. Oh, no, not the thighs, the calves. They have follow through on the calves. I'm just waiting for it to start playing again, because I don't want to... So... Watch the... I'm pointing, but you can't... Watch down here, I'm just looking at the calves. So they... You see her... So she's stretching and hyperextending, and they're actually stretching this leg. That's actually... I know what bones they're moving. They have two bones in that leg that they're stretching. And then they scale it. And then oh, that's so interesting. So as she does that strum, they position and rotate their thighs in such a way. No, I keep calling them thighs. Sorry, I mean the calves. I don't know the names of these muscles. You see the volume change? This is an even better example of what I'm trying to describe. Because it isn't just that you're moving and stuff a little bit, it's the way that volume is treated. It isn't the same as other models. It's not the same. The way they do it in this game. You see how that thigh, it's like the volume is all up there, and then it stretches and rotates back down, and then it scales. Like the amount of scaling that's going, I can't even point out everything there because it's just so much. It goes, there's a bone in here that's moving there, and then down, and then up. And then it's scaling at the same time. And it looks weird when you slow it down, but then if you watch it, it looks natural and that it's correct, and it doesn't look like a computer is moving the legs. That's the main idea, is that it has to not look computer generated. This dude especially, look at the amount of movement in his knees. So I know we're going a bit all over the place with the examples, but just look at the kneecap. Hold on. Look at that kneecap. It's literally it has follow through on the kneecap. It's crazy. So I'm just trying to pick up on things here and get a sense of like what I'm not doing, because there's something I'm not doing that these guys are doing that I am not noticing, and I need to really notice it. Because I feel like these stretches are kind of difficult, because you have to make them convincing, but also fit the style, and that's kind of doing those both at the same time. I mean, hell, I haven't animated a stretch before normally, not in this style, so this is like extra hard. But even, let me just go. There are little bits I'm picking up on the more I look at these. See how when he breathes, they are scaling his actual thigh bone there. Like the thigh is doing that. Now I know why that is now, because I know that it's pressing up against the leg beneath it, so they stretch that one. But I'm trying to find one that's the most similar one to what I'm trying to do and see if I can... Okay, I think that's all of them. So the closest one that there was this one. To this kind of, because the reason it's similar is that the body is twisting, and Gabi's body is not twisting as much, but it's twisting it's the closest out of these animations to what I'm trying to do here. So when you look at mine now, you can see there's a big quality difference. You can tell that there's something in here that I'm not doing compared to this. So that's what I'm trying to work out. The head's moving too much, first of all. But I'm just trying to pick up on patterns. Because we're not going to find this exact animation in this game. So we have to kind of synthesize one based on... Oh, this head is... I don't like this head movement. We have to synthesize in their style how a character would stretch. So I don't know, because at the moment I've left interpolation on, but I think maybe it'd be a smarter idea to turn it off. Because I wanted to leave it on to keep that breathing in. But yeah, we can't really keep going with the interpolation on, because we're not going to pick up on the... It's just not going to work. We can't... The details I want to do, we can't do it this way. So I guess what I will do here... Let me just figure out what is a tweak bone, and I'm just trying to figure out what these keyframes are supposed to do, what these are for, because I've left some streak. Okay, let me just clean, because I've got a few too many keyframes in here that are not really necessary. And then I want to go in and sample. So I can get I want to keep the breathing where it is, but then do other stuff on top. What was that? Oh, that's this. So I'll move that over here. So the difference between these two, there's a bit of a difference here. So I'll keep those just in mind. But what's the difference between these two? Oh, it doesn't look like there's much of a difference at all. Okay, so I'm just removing any unnecessary keys that I don't need. And I'll just key... I'll make a few different keys of these extremes. I think this one might be a little too extreme. Or maybe the head is just it's just rotated too much. Because now that I've looked at those, I'm getting ideas for what needs to happen. But it's going to take me a few goes probably to really nail it. Because there's just... These rigs are like... Sorry, like these character rigs, if you've seen them, they're very complicated to achieve. And this look is like... Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole. So it's like trying to match this quality, but not doing it exactly, because we can't... A lot of the stuff in this character we can't take advantage of. Like, we don't have any hair that we can follow through. We don't have any loose-fitting clothes that can, like, add illusion. Because I wonder if this would still look as good if you took the loose-fitting cape thing off and you cut the hair off and you took off the hat, if it would still look this majestic without those things to distract you. And I don't mean distract, like, I don't mean that's a bad thing. I mean, it's smart that they know. I feel like the Arc Sys devs, they know they can animate cloth really well, and they use that to like to add the like illusion over the top of this. Like, without it, I think it might look not as magical. Like, I think half of the look here could just be the way that the clothes react. But at the same time, though, some of these other ones have done, like this dude, they're able to achieve that with just the muscles. So maybe, yeah, okay, maybe there is hope. Though they do have some clothes action going on. Yeah, it's just crazy, because the thing I'm picking up on is that most of this animation, like most of the work, looks like it's on the clothes, like the heavy lifting. Just the way the clothes react. But that's all secondary stuff. So I'm trying to cut that away I'm trying to look at this in my mind's eye and cut that away to see what's underneath, what I can appropriate. And it's tough because there's just so much going on. There's so much to look at. So I'm just trying to like isolate and like focus only on a few different things at a time, because trying to do it all is just it's a lot. So I'm just trying to only focus on certain things, on little details, and just try and get those right first. So you can see I've got a little bit of that going, but it's not like amazing yet. It's not quite there. Although now that because I'm trying to come up with rules of like what is allowed and what I should not do. And I've noticed a rule is that sometimes it is okay to not move the body at all. Because I'm just thinking, with some of these idols, they'll have it where like on this one. And this is something I wouldn't see in a normal game, like in a mo-capped game character, you wouldn't see this. But they do move a lot, but they also don't move stuff. So you watch this, you see how here, she's gonna do some taunt or scratch her head or whatever? See how the legs just don't move? If you tried mo-capping that, it would look so strange. But here it fits. So I'm trying to think, maybe there's something in mind that I should keep still. Maybe it's the arms in my one. That's what I'm trying to think, like, maybe, because I'm trying to get that same, let me just close some of these extra tabs. Sure, we'll save that. Because I'm thinking, if I want to make her look like she's really straining herself, maybe the hands stay completely still, or maybe the legs could stay completely still, because something has to move, but whatever does move has to really move a particular way, and then there's stuff that cannot move, and it'll be okay for it to not move. Because I think one thing that bothers me is that I think in my stuff, the mistake I'm making is that everything is moving. And in these animations, not everything is moving. So that's something that is bothering me. But I'm trying to figure out where is okay to do that and where isn't. Anyway, so now that I've got just these keyframes, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the torso. I'm going to sample. Can this just turn on? Can this please work? Why is it freezing? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. GG does use 3D models as 2D. That's correct. That's why they're so incredible. But aren't those made to look at this specific... Well, it helps that they're made to look at like that from a specific angle. But if you look... Because I've looked at them at different angles and they still look immaculate. It just so happens that you only see them from one angle. But this sort of stuff, like leg movement, it would still apply at every angle. Like this, the type of thing I'm trying to look out for, you wouldn't stop doing it just because you can see it at different angles. Like the way that this... Like this would still look good if you looked at it from the other side. I mean, it would look kind of... The only thing is the posing, but that's not really what I'm focusing on. I'm not focusing on just the key posing here. I'm focusing on these other little details. The only way this would look wrong, because the head's facing the wrong way and the back's facing... Like if you were to swap this around, it wouldn't look good then, but for a different reason. It wouldn't be because of those details. Those would still look good, but it's the way that she's facing wouldn't work. But because I'm not doing it like that, because none of Gabi's animations are posed quite like this, I won't have that issue. Because we're going to be looking at it from a different angle. But it doesn't really have anything to do with the angle. Like the stuff I'm trying to explain doesn't change depending on the angle. It's just a property of the way things just move. It's like a certain way the way things move that applies above that. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but I'm just looking at it and I can see it. I guess it's hard to notice on purpose, because if it was easy to notice, it wouldn't be special. Like, yeah, sure, if you were to flip this around, she would be facing behind you, and like some little choices, like the way her face is, like, so you could still see the side of her face, like little choices like that, you wouldn't, you know, you wouldn't factor in. But the way that everything moves is still, you'd still do it. Anyway. Because the only thing Gabi really has for like secondary action and follow through is her tail, but even that is kind of tricky because a tail is a limb. It's not a belt. It's not like a hanging belt that just flops around. So it's you have to be careful that the tail doesn't look too floppy because it'll look weird. So I've got something to work with, and her ear, I guess I've got that to work with. But the body itself, there's something about the way the body itself moves without all that stuff that they do that I have not quite figured out yet. I have a hunch though, so I'm going to make an attempt at something. But I was in the middle of doing something. I can't remember what it was. Oh yeah, the tweak bones. That's right. Oh yeah, for some reason this button is not working now. That's what I was trying to turn on the tweak bone. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Because I want to sample this and like cut because I need to cut out interpolation. I need to get rid of it. So if I go sample, I don't know if that's actually sampling the right ones. Sample. Okay, that sampled too many of them. I didn't want to sample all of those. I just want to sample these. There we go. Because I want to cut out the breathing bones, every other breathing bone. Oh, is that correct? Yes. But there's something particular about the way this is timed. There's something about... wait a minute. I'll cut. Okay, let me turn off torso tweak now. And we'll cut out, it's... Okay, this is gonna be tricky. Maybe I should just get rid of the breathing, because I'm trying to not destroy the breathing keyframes I've added and just animate over the top of them, but it's actually not, it's actually kind of hard. So I might just take those out, because it's gonna make things complicated. So I'll just take those off. It's gonna be too hard to try and animate around those. But for whatever reason... Ah, there we go. So we just take those off. Yeah, something with the... Something in the arm is, happening. I don't know what it is. Oh, it's these two. Let's get rid of those. Oh, no. Actually, I don't want to... No, I don't want to get rid of those. Those are useful. They just are in the wrong place. Those need to be here. And there's something... These are... I don't know why... These are still... Let me get rid of these. These are still... I don't need keys on these. Actually, maybe I do for the first frame. I need them... I don't need them here. Okay, maybe the interpolation style is helping. But there's more. I'll also cut out the tail movement as well, because I didn't I gotta make sure that that's sampled properly too. And we'll cut out those because I started from the idle I had where I had left the interpolation in, which I also can kind of see issues with that as well. But if I cut every one of these other... Now the tail should start moving the way it's meant to. The ear has also got stuff on it. Where's the ear? Ah, I see. I might just take these off. I'll get rid of these. And I'll reanimate the ears for this. Actually... No, I gotta remember to leave them for the first half. So I'll leave them for the first half. Because I want to try and somehow transition it. I want to not destroy the first half of this animation. Give me a minute. So I just need to sample those. Oh. Anyway, yep. Okay. And then on this half, I'm just gonna go and do these again, these ears. Because these have to, oh, why are they still moving? I cut out the keyframes. Keyframes are over. Why is it still moving? Oh, these. That would explain it. So I just gotta take out some of these as well. Because the ears are gonna be, that's the only like follow through and secondary action source on Gabi is sort of the ears and the tail. So these have to react to her stretching. So I don't know how I'm gonna... I'll probably do those later. I just want to leave them empty so I'm not distracted by them. You can see already we've got something We got a little bit of that going on, but it's still not quite there. Needs more. Like, this little bit was actually, this is an accident. These two keyframes here are actually not meant to be there, but by pure accident, we've got something, but it doesn't... Actually, we could do something with this. Because I accidentally, I don't know where these yeah, like, I'm looking at them and they have no keyframe on them, so I don't know where that's even coming from. Yeah, you see there's something in between these two. I have no idea what it is. It might be the tweak bones. Ah, yes. On this one tweak bone, there is something going on. And I need to also sample this half of the body. Sample. Okay, now this is not great, but it's a better starting point. So at the moment, now she awkwardly transitions to the stretch, but at least we've cut out, we've got all, it's all constant interping at least. But there's something, I think I know what is wrong. Because I was looking at this, oh, let me save that. There's something about the way the timing is done. I think, yeah, I think I see an issue. On mine, when there's too many in-betweens between, well, there isn't, well, we don't really have that part of the animation yet, so we'll have to just fill in the blanks there. But I think the issue is that it needs to be jitterier, if that makes sense. So I'm going to start this at frame 16. I'm only going to worry about frame 16 and onwards. But there's too many in between frames, I think. So if we... okay. Hold on a second. This isn't quite it, but there's something I've just accidentally done that's sort of what I want. You see here, because for whatever reason, there's some tweak bone that's scaled up slightly here. You see how now she has like this jitteriness in her torso? That's kind of what I'm trying, it's like not quite there, but that's sort of the direction I'm thinking. That's what I'm trying to kind of get going. So it looks to me like maybe the way I can get the look I want is I keep the body still, but the tweak bones are doing stuff. But the actual arm placement and everything is stationary. So if I stretch these out, because this is very rapid. So if I stretch this out a bit more and slow it down to maybe double the duration, you see, it's very subtle. I could exaggerate it more, probably. I don't even know what bones what is actually going on here. But I think it's this bone that's scaling. And there's some other bone. I don't know what other bone is also... But there's something scaling that's making this... It's very subtle. But it's just sort of popping... It's this type of movement where it's just changing form ever so slightly. But I have to, this is not enough. There needs to be more. So it's time we get the tweak bones. I think the tweak bones on the arms will help. So if I take these little dudes and start just scaling them ever so slightly. So if we go to frame yeah, actually there is some scaling I'm already doing there. But for whatever reason, it's not letting me copy that again. Oh, there we go. And also, whoa, what's going on with the shoulder? Something's really wrong. That, oh, little buddy. You are not meant to be scaling like that. You're meant to be there. You see how everything's just moving so slightly? That's kind of first attempt, but that's on the road of where I want to end up. Just having these sorts of movements. You see with her arms scaling, it kind of looks like she's pumping blood through it, you know what I mean? Like it looks like, you know, like when you tense your fist, it looks, and even when you do that in real life, your arm does shake a little bit. That's kind of what I'm trying to get in that movement. Even this already, I know this is like, it could use more work, but when I look at this move, it looks like she's stretching that arm to me now. When I see it scale like that, it's like she's really putting focus on it. Now the rest of the body, however, is not quite, it doesn't quite sell it yet. Maybe the tail should sit still while she stretches, and the tail should also react. Like maybe she should start stretching her tail out. Maybe that would look better as well. But there's still something a bit stiff about this. I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Just trying to see if I still had that reference. Ah. But I know something though. There's something I do know from this. That is that when she goes from her normal idle to twisting, that has to happen in 2 frames. Because if this happens in 2 frames, and it looks cool. Like it looks like she's really swinging her weight back there. That's what her, when she transitions from the idle to this stretch pose that she will do, it should the timing should be similar. But what's different here is that, of course, she's like twisting her body like this. It's a bit different. But is there any principles I could... There's something about the way this moves that I need to adapt into my one. Yeah, okay, so there is some degree of, I think it would be follow through, where the arm goes back a little and then forward again. It looks like I did have that, but it looks like I deleted it, so I'll add that back in. But I think the key, I might be thinking about this wrong. I think the way I need to look at this is I need to think about what would a cell animator do. A cell animator would move as little as possible, and anything he does move would be imperfect. So I think the philosophy here is her arms should move and quiver, but anything that isn't really moving, if a cell animator would look at that and go, I can just reuse the same legs from the previous frame, because they would do that, it would save time. So I need to like use the same, I have to think the same way as they do. And where are they? Oh, there's the, okay. So the hands, anything that is like deliberately moving needs to have variation, but anything that there has to be some things that won't move, that really don't move. Because it would be like a cell animator just copying the previous cell and pasting it. Because I'm pretty sure they do that. That's like what happens. So it's like, you want to have some of that in, so it looks like some cell animator has like cut a corner, but it's like deliberate, it's on purpose, because it becomes the style at that point. It becomes part of the look. And I had auto key off. So here, arms have to come back further. like that. And then this has to bend more this way. Like that. Okay, see, it's still not 100%, but this is getting warmer. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm seeing something, and I'm seeing it getting a little warmer, just with the way it moves. Because, yeah, it has to move the same, like the same way these other characters move, because it's part of the look. If I can't get it to move that way, it's gonna look weird. The only thing that's a bit weird is the head here. I think the head moves too much. The head should not be moving this much. So I think I might leave... So it looks a bit robotic, but I guess it's... actually, no, it doesn't really. It looks like... It looks deliberate. It looks... What it needs to look like is that only... Okay, actually, there is something throwing me off. It's the knees. See, that shouldn't... These knees should not be moving. That's throwing me off so much. Because then, I feel like then the legs kind of have to not move. Because if it was a cell animator, he would not bother animating the legs to move. And we have to make it look, you know, hand done. So if someone doing this by hand wouldn't move it, then we wouldn't move it. So at here, the legs have to just freeze. But something else is moving. Oh, okay. Well, I guess the legs would move just to accommodate the hips. And what? Oh no! What happened? What happened to the arm? What? Excuse me, I didn't ask you to move, Mr. Arm. Can you go back to where you were? You were in the perfect spot just before. What happened? Did you get? I don't know if I hit something by accident, but the arm is now in the complete wrong spot. Do I have enough undos to save it? No. Oh, it's gone to the... Oh, it's gone... I think it's just gone to the IK switch. See, this is what I was afraid of happening. I was like, something's gonna break if I try and do this with the IK or whatever. And sure enough, my gut was right. Something did happen. I think that's what it is anyway. Can you go... Oh no, it isn't that. Oh, so what? What? What are you... I didn't move this arm. I didn't touch it. And now it's gone back to the, like... I don't know what it's done, but it's in the complete... It's in the complete wrong spot now. For all of the key... It's like all the keyframes are missing and it's in the wrong spot. What on earth? And I don't know if I have it... I'm undone past the point where I know for a fact it was working and it's not coming back. Oh, here we go. Okay, thank goodness. Let's save. Alright, well I don't know what happened there. But let's get back to the legs. And fix... Yeah, because this should not have a keyframe. Wait, what? You see, what is going on? It went back and now it's, what? What? Can this not? Can you not? What? It's Gabi. I know you're trying to be funny, but you're worrying me right now. We don't move. That's the game, Gabi. When I'm looking at you in that key pose, you don't move, okay? You stay where you are. Isn't there like some kids game that does that? See, Gabi, even an 8-year-old could play this better than you. You know that game where it's like you're looking at the person and they can't move, and then you turn around, and then you can like run wherever you want and hide, and you turn back around and they have to freeze? They can do it better than Gabi can, okay? Gabi, you're being goofy right now. Can't even sit still. I know it's uncomfortable. I know you want to move around and jump and whatever, but you gotta sit still. Okay, there we go. There we go. So the way those arms are moving is what... That's getting to where I want. But it needs more than just movement. It needs some scaling in there. And also, why is it rotating weirdly like that? I don't remember doing that. I don't remember asking you to rotate like this. That's better. Save, 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 save. For why on this one frame, for whatever reason, the arm is like rotated differently? I don't know why. There we go. That was odd. Okay, now the arm is back to normal. Hooray. And I think this entire arm needs to like come up a bit more. But something in the torso needs to like move. The shoulders. Shoulders need to move. So I'll take these bones. I'll do symmetry, chuck some symmetry on them. I should probably just key everything on frame 16. Her shoulders should like enlarge slightly. I think they should enlarge here, and yeah. All right. Oh, no, not like that. Yeah, because I want there to be... Okay, maybe I went a bit too overboard. I went a little too overboard. Let's bring that down a bit. But yeah, just that variation. See that? See, I don't know if you can see it, but it feels different. I don't know if that makes any sense. It doesn't feel as computer CG generated. And if I can take this a bit further, actually, I think if I... Where are the... Yeah, if I take other bits of the arm and just scale them a little bit. It looks like someone's redrawn the arm and gotten the scale a little bit wrong, which is what happens when you try and redraw something. And that's kind of... Except I don't know if this is too much. I think, you know, actually I know what this needs. On this arm, I think I should have do I have a tweak bone for the elbow? I'm not actually sure. I don't remember if I have one. Because there is something weird going on with that elbow. There is, actually, yeah, there is something. Although, it's like, I think this is rotated wrong. Because the way that you're meant to be able to see the elbow, but you can't. Yeah, this is rotated wrong. This has to, oh. Yeah, the arm's twisted the wrong angle. That's probably why this looks strange. So I'm gonna redo this arm, because this has been, I didn't do this one right. The arm's meant to come down here. The elbow's supposed to be facing down, like that. See how this, yeah, this is much better now. You see, it was like squashed before. I had it rotated on its side. But then, oh, how do I think I just twist the hand then, don't I? Yeah, because I can't twist the entire arm, because if I do that, the elbow will just get destroyed and go sideways. So I have to, it's the upper arm only I have to twist here. Okay, that'll look way better. See, the form is just better now? Oh, hi, Minima. Love to stick to that vision of the movement style with me, right? Well, yeah, man, that's the idea. Matcat Gabi is gonna haunt me. Well, it haunts me in my dreams presently, all the time. And yeah, this, because when I was paying attention to that stuff before, I'm seeing now what I need. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I seem to have this thing that happens. This is like what I do instead of going to like animation school or whatever. Whatever someone was asking me earlier of like where I studied. I guess this is how I study. I just watch and I pay really close attention, because when I was just sitting there, look, I know that probably looked really boring of me just skipping frame by frame, but I'm making note of things, and I'm seeing now where I can apply some of those things I picked up on. So for instance, with that dude's, you know how that dude's thighs we saw earlier? When he would crouch and when he would idle, the thigh muscles would expand. I can see that there's a rule going on there, which I think the rule would be that if you have two things close together, they need to like expand and press against each other. And this, I'm seeing where I can apply this rule. I think I don't know if it's an actual rule, but it looks like a rule. It is acting like a rule, because they do that consistently on all of them. And I'm seeing here, if I was an ArcSysDev, I think what I would do here is I would scale this part of the arm as it's pressing up against the side of her body, because if you do press your arm, it would expand. So we'll add not too much, but I feel like that's the right call here. And again, I didn't go to school for this stuff. It's just like a observation. So there we go. Now that's gonna look, and we'll probably squish this a little. And I can see it's clipping into her. I thought I moved this already, but I guess not. So we'll move this out of the way, because that's clipping there. Where's the torso? Yeah, so we'll just move this over a little bit. Oh, that's awful, actually. Maybe we need to move that up. We'll rotate it a bit. Okay, that's a bit better. Now it looks like it's making contact. And the this shoulder, now that I've rotated it differently, I can probably tell this to relax now. This helper bone was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but I think I could tell it to just chill. Maybe I will like tweak it a little bit though, like that. So that's a rule. One of the rules I picked up on watching these is there is a scaling rule that they are applying, where if there's anything that is like pressing against something else, it scales, it reacts. Which, I mean, it kind of sounds obvious, but they could easily not do that, because they could just say, oh, it's the style. It doesn't have to be realistic. But the fact that they do it makes it part of the style. But they exaggerate it. Like, I remember seeing it on this dude. I remember seeing here his knees did the weirdest deforming here. But it's all intentional. Like, some guy sat there and made the knees bend a certain way like this. You can see the entire volume. As his weight shifts down, the volume of the knees changes. The legs, sorry. Not just the knees, but everything. So that's just something I'm picking up on, and I'm just trying to see where I can apply it more. Probably, yeah, actually, as she's like, pressing her arm, I could probably take this and scale it a bit so that it's reacting. I could probably do a bit of that. I think I do. Oh, I do have a tweak bone there, so I can just scale this. As she's like, the harder she presses that hand in, the more it will do that. And I can see here, we're gonna have some issues. Got to adjust this. So yeah, because I had this all rotated wrong for the rest of the key, so I have to go in now and just make sure, yeah, there we go. Just make sure it's not rotating, twisting weirdly, because the arm does, with these IK things, they do twist a bit. That's the only thing I don't really like about the IK part, sorry, the FKs, is that with the IKs, it's a lot easier to control the twist, but here you have to kind of pay attention to it more. So what did I just do there? Whoa. I didn't know the wrist could bend like that. And this, yeah, this arm needs to bend more that way. Oh. Oh, wait, is something isn't right. Something is not right about the rotation of this. It's not, straight enough. It's crooked in some way. Yeah, there's something not right the way this is done. Oh, it's this, it might be this axis. Or not. So I can't twist, if I twist this too much, the elbow will just malfunction. So I gotta be very careful. What is going on? Something, yeah, something about the arm is just throwing me off a bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I might have had the arm at the wrong angle this whole time. As well. Yeah, okay. If I just twist it a bit more, because when I go between keyframes, there we go. It'll play a bit nicer now. Because in between those keyframes, it's just acting up really weird, and it's like, what's going on? But if I do this, now I can get that power, that arm just dominating, going like over the other arm, really pulling it in. I can really, because it needs to be rotated in a way where I can pull this arm towards her, and I didn't have that just a moment ago. Yeah, there we go. So I'm gonna copy these back to the first keyframe and just adjust them because I had the rotations wrong. There we go. So then I just need to relax it a little here, like this, and there we go. Actually, that's pretty cool. But there is something a bit strange. Oh yeah, the tweak bones. So we'll scale these two up as they like press against each other. Oh, actually no, it's not meant to be there. But we'll have a bit of scaling there. But here it needs to scale more. Okay. Well, now that elbow is... Yeah, so now we look at it from the side, you can actually see her elbow joint now, which you couldn't before. And if... I know it seems like a minor thing, but if it isn't there, it's gonna look strange. Like and it already was looking strange, but I mean, it's gonna look worse. And also, it looks like this is scaling. I need to scale it sideways only, which I'm sure I can do that, right? Yeah, sideways only. And then it has to lose a bit of that volume there. This goes for a lot of... Actually, I'm just realizing there's a rule I'm breaking with the way I'm scaling these arms, is that if they lose volume in one direction, they can't just gain it in another. So this, I think it might be this one. Oh no, that's fine. It might be this one. Yeah, so this is getting bigger, but it needs to squish like this. There we go. And there's something going on here. I thought I'd move this down a bit on these ones. And I'm seeing, yeah, this then has to bend a bit more as well, because it's really like going real far back. So I'll paste this here too. Okay. It's getting better. It's shaping up. It's just, yes, doing it, it's just in this style, it's just kind of hard. There's still a lot I have to, like, analyze with how this is meant to look. Maybe it, because this is kind of a hard one to start on, trying to get these details in. Yeah, I can see that, that arm's moving way too much. Let's get you to calm down. That arm is just a little too much. That's better. But I think as she's stretching, her something should happen to her torso. She should breathe in. So I'll add that little as well. Just a little detail. So as she's... I'll use snapping to make it a bit easier. It's a bit better. But yeah, it's just so many moving pieces on these rigs. So I'm trying to, like, because with these sort of idle poses, it's kind of, because the plan is to go into this level of detail a bit later with everything else, but with an idle, you kind of can't not do it, because that's the whole... The pose sort of stays the same throughout the entire thing, and a lot of the magic is these little detail movements. So it's I guess yeah, because I've got that, at least I've got one of the poses with with her arms like that. But a lot of the magic of the idol is going to be these little details. So these actually might end up being one of the harder ones to do, just because nothing else is moving to take your attention. So you have to really get that stuff, like, really down pat. Because if you don't, there's no... Because with the run, it's easy to avoid. You can, like, get away with that with the run, because everything's moving. So you're not really going to notice. But in an idol, only, like, her arms are moving. So there's a lot less to distract you. So you're going to be looking at it, like, pretty intensely at that point, and it's like if something is not right with the way it moves with these little bits, then it's going to show most in an idol. That's why these guys spend so much time on them. Like, look how, like, for idols, if you think about the amount of work that is, that's why they go so hard. Like, the other animations they also have, if you've seen the other animations, the amount of detail is nowhere near as high as the idols. Like, they'll have all the follow-through, but there's something particular about the idols where they just have extra, because they know this too, that there's less to distract you. But if you have one of their combat moves, it's a lot more to the point. Like, they'll still have little bits in there, but the primary action of swinging a sword or whatever is taking up most of your attention, so they can get away. Like, having this the vest here, like, move around. For the other animations of this dude, I would guess, I haven't paid attention that closely to this other guy, the dude's other ones, but I would guess that for his attack animation, they're not going to be putting in that much, as much work on the vest in the attack or the jump, because you're not going to notice it there. But if you're standing still, you're going to be noticing it, so they really go hard on them in these, I think. So, and I mean, that's just a fighting game thing in general, right? Like, people really like having good idles in fighting games, so that's probably another factor. But yeah, how are we doing for time? I think we'll, because I'm a bit worn out from this one. This is a very hard one, actually. I thought this would be an easy one, but it's actually, to get it to look right is going to be really hard. Because I have to really master. Maybe it'd be, yeah, it might be better to do the idles last. Because I think because that's where you're going to notice, if I don't get this right, if I can't master this style, you're going to notice it on the idles the most. So I think I should maybe leave those to the end, because by the time I do the rest of them, I'll have built up some more practice with getting the other ones to look good. Because the thing is, with the flips and stuff we were doing the other week, see, those are way easier than this, because you just have to flip her around, and you don't really have to add more. I mean, you could, and we probably will add a little, but I don't have to animate her breathing when she's doing a flip, because you're not going to notice. Like the one of my favorite animations so far has been this one, which is going to break because I have the IK. Yeah. See, that's what I'm worried about with the IKs. Yeah, the arms are all screwed up now. Give me a sec. But these flips, because you just have to like get the spin going and you're kind of done. Yeah, there we go. I've got that hand back to normal. Where's the other one? Where's her other hand? There we go. Like, yeah, this one is super easy because it's just, you just have her spin around. But an idle is like, you gotta have everything moving. It's pretty crazy. And also, what on earth? This is not spinning the same way it was when I opened this last. Something's weird. Something's happened. I don't know why it's flipping the wrong way now. It's meant to look better than this. Something weird's going on where it's flipping sideways. It's not meant to do that. It is in game and it works in game. I don't know why it is. Every time I come and reopen these, they always break. But anyway, but some of you have probably seen it. But the flips are a lot easier for that reason, because it's very stylish and cool, but also it's so fast, and you can't really keep track of any one thing because she's moving her weight around so much. You don't have to really, if I have her chest breathing here, you're not going to notice, so I don't have to do it. But on an idle, you really have to get that right, otherwise it's over. So what did I name that one? Idle fidget, I think. I just want to make sure, because I have two in here that are also named idle fidget, and I just want to make sure that I've got the right one saved. Oh, what? See, now this is... Whoa. Uh-oh. Something... You guys... See, every time I don't know what's going on, but lately Blender has not been behaving. And I have this weird issue now where sometimes this happens. Where I animate it, I key it, I go open another thing, and then I come back, and then it's just in ruins. I don't know what happened, but maybe if I go back... Yeah, what on earth? The entire torso is like busted up. And like, oh god. Can this just... What on earth just happened? I did key it. I had auto key on and it keyed. But for whatever reason, Can I undo? Do I have enough undos to fix that? I hope to God I do. I don't think I do, but please let me. I just wanted to show off one of the flips, but oh, it almost crashed. Okay, now it's... What on earth happened there? Now it's back to normal. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna turn all these on. Oh no. No, no! It's moved it again! I didn't tell you to move! Gabi, I know you're trying to be funny, but this isn't funny. This is stressing me out. Let me just... Okay. I feel like I should stop. I'm gonna keep breaking... something is going to happen if I keep going. So let's get these all on and key them to make absolutely sure these are gonna stay in place. And then I'll probably call it. So let's key and key. Okay. That seems to be behaving now. Please still work when I come back tomorrow. Please still work. So let's save that. Well, if we open up, I'm curious what will happen. If I go to like here, and then back here, and then if I go back again, and I have saved it, if I go back here, okay, it seems to be fine now. I don't know what was going on there. But here's, but now that I'm looking at this again, so here's the thing that I'm like trying to struggle. This is the thing that's kind of tricky, is that in the Guilty Gear animations, some stuff stays static and some moves. But if you get it wrong, it'll look like this, where the torso looks too stiff. And that's bothering me. But I also can't move it too much. If you move it too much, it's going to look computer animated. If you move it too little, it's going to look stiff. So I need to calibrate some kind of sense of like what I'm gonna have to really look at. I'm gonna be spending the rest of the day just watching this on loop and just really studying these, because there's something else that's going on that I'm not. I need to get a better grasp on the rules. There's rules that are there, and I'm not talking about the animation principles. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about specific to Arc System Works, because this here is beyond. I know the 12 principles, but this is beyond the 12 principles. This is like the how to make it look 2D, how to make a 3D model look 2D rules, which are different rules. So I need to really pay attention to these. I have to really look at more of these. I'm gonna try and look up like some of the fighting animations too, probably, and just try and see what I can learn, because there's probably something that I don't have. But I've got some. It's getting better. I think it's getting better, but I'm still not happy. This is gonna look pretty. As much as I'd like to just take this in engine, it's gonna look garbage if I do that now. But at least we got something going. I don't know. It's just I'm just a little concerned as well that it doesn't look stretchy enough. That's the other thing. What do you guys reckon? I haven't asked your opinion in a bit. Sorry, I've just been really fixated on this. But does this... I know that there's like the body's too stiff and everything, movement-wise, but just pose-wise, is this enough stretch, do you think? One reward says doing what you just did is how people in school study. Really? That's not what I saw happen when because like I mentioned, I tried an animation course once and it was a big waste of time. They didn't have us do anything like this. It was, well, I don't know. It was a while ago. I'm trying to remember how they would have taught it. No, actually, yeah, they brought up like YouTube videos, but the thing I didn't like is that they didn't give us enough time. Because the thing I'm noticing that I've been able to do just without being in a class is that I actually have time to just really absorb what's going on. But in the courses that I would teach and that I was in, you'd have like 10 weeks, which is like not enough time to master animation. It's really not. You need years, I think. But I mean, if that's how people are supposed to learn, that's cool then. It means I do it for free without paying like 40,000 for a degree. But is that, are you like messing with me, or are you serious? Is that how actual people study? And they pay money to do that? Like that's nuts. I wouldn't pay for that. I just sit on YouTube and I just sit and watch these for free. I mean, if you know the rules, you know how to break them. Well, there's some, I guarantee you, here's what's bothering me, because here's what I think's happening that I'm having a tough time with. I think Arc System Works has a document somewhere of animation guidelines that tell the team how to animate these characters, how to use the rigs, that they haven't shared with the public, because why would they? Like, they've shared so much. They've shared bits and pieces. They've shared their rigging workflow, their texturing workflow. They have an entire talk on how they place their bones, but they haven't. There's something in the animation that is hiding in plain sight that I'm seeing, but I'm percepting it, but I can't put it into practice just yet. But I would bet that in the studio, locked away in a vault, there is a document, a whole thing of how not to pose the characters and how to pose the character, like do's and don'ts. They probably have a whole document of do's and don'ts of how to do these idols and how to move. Like, they probably have some rule that's like, don't have this much movement between keyframes and don't have too little movement between keyframes. And they probably have something of like how often their character should blink and how their hair should sway. They probably have like a whole thing that some technical artist came up with of like, this is the Bible on how we're going to animate these. And I don't know what that is. All I have to go on here is the end result and figure out for myself what is going on, because I can tell that there is something, because having it look this good, you don't do this by accident. This is extremely considered, and they had like 4 animators, or maybe 2. I think it might have been 4 on the team, 4 animators. So they had to train 4 people to animate this good. This isn't just good animation. This is something else. This is extremely specifically stylized animation. This is one of a kind stuff. This is why only one game looks like this. And they developed some document. I know, I'm not crazy. I know they have to have done it this way. There's no other way that you get 4 animators to animate this consistently, this good on this many characters without some kind of big thing, like a huge Bible of like how to do it in this stuff. Because this isn't just university level stuff. Like, this isn't the 12, just, oh, I know the 12 principles and I can animate like this. Like, no, I've seen that, and this isn't that. This is beyond. They have made up their own rules that they're putting in here, and I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to stop looking at this, and I'm gonna get that DVD out of this anime, and I have to look at the traditional stuff. I think I'm gonna have to really look at this, because this is where they got these ideas from. They got the ideas from traditional cell animated stuff. So maybe I can, if I'm looking at the same reference, and if I think about it, if I pay close enough attention, maybe I can accidentally make the same rules and come across them somehow by accident. Because that seems to be what's happened so far. Like, when we were modeling this, I accidentally modeled the elbows the right way without really realizing it until later when I was rigging it and went, oh, this is actually like, there's a reason that it's done this way, and it works really well. The thing is, yeah, because there's nothing online. Like, they have the little GDC talk, which kind of covers the surface level of how we took out the other frames, but that isn't all there. That's not the end of the story, and I know, because that's what I did last time. Gabi's old model, all I did was I animated it normally, and then I went and took out the in-betweens like the GDC talk said, and mine didn't look anywhere near as good as this. That's because there's a lot they aren't saying in that talk about how they do this. Like, even the hair movement, I've noticed there's a consistency in it, because not all the characters have the same haircut, but the way they animate their hair is oddly consistent. with all of their characters. And I don't know how to describe it, but I can just see it. There's like a movement, there's a specific way that it moves that I've seen on other characters. That's like the same movement. Like this movement here, where the hair is doing this. It's like, and it isn't just the posing, it's something about the way it's timed and how much distance it moves between these keys. And there's just something about all of it that they're doing everywhere. It's just frustrating because I haven't leveled up enough yet to really get it, but I know that I will at some point, but it's just, I'm not there yet, and it's just kind of frustrating. But I think I just need to look at these a lot more. But hey, at least I'm picking up on some things. Like this, I'm still not happy with, but this is like, I'm still kind of better than I was last week. So I just have to kind of not give up until then. But God, yeah, this is like, it's just tricky because I could just do the normal, like a stretch pose the normal way, but you got to do it to the style, okay? And to get to the style, like you gotta put yourself through more torture, but then you get this really sick outcome, which I really like. If I don't get it this good, it's like there's no point doing this. Was like worthless if I can't get it like this. But even the way the clothes move, like some dude was on the team and he probably made a thing of the skirts have to move this way, they have to bounce like this. You see the way that like, and if there's chains or things that, I know that there's like the rule of animation of like secondary action, but there's that. It's borrowing bits from that rule. It's cutting out in between frames, but there's something else going on. I know I keep repeating that, but I'm just frustrated because I know that there's something happening. And it's not anything like I've seen before in any other animation I've looked at. Like this isn't the sort of thing you'd find on a 12 Principles of Animation tutorial. So it's I don't know. Can you answer the question, who is Gabi with just animations? Well, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why... I don't know, that's why to me it's important I get this right, because it isn't just the style, but it's also the style, the quality, and the actual movements themselves. So I know this is an idle. It's not the most... I mean, it's kind of expressive. But the idea is when we're done with all of these... We haven't done them all, but when we get to do all of them... I mean, already... I'll end the stream as showing you just the rest of them in game for those that haven't seen them yet. Because already the rest of the animations are looking a lot more striking than the old ones. The old ones now, I can't look at them anymore. They look so bland. And these are the ones that you guys are used to seeing. So that's why I feel very confident that I have to figure this out and that this was the right move, was to even do this model. Because already it's paying back itself just with the outcome when you see it in engine. I'm just opening it so you guys can see. But well, you'll see. Let's just okay. It's open. So I don't know if I have to hold on. I gotta set the blueprint. I have it plugged in wrong. There we go. So again, it's gonna be kind of rough. But already, just with these flips, I reckon that's a lot of personality there. And I've chosen specifically not parkourists, or whatever they're called. There's some French name for them. I don't know the name in French, but parkourists, we'll call them. I'm not looking at parkourists for a lot of these. I'm looking at gymnastics. Because in my mind, Gabi's personality, she's very in control of her body. She's very athletic and very... She's had to be like very trying to think of the right way to describe it. She's had to be very strict on her body. So I wanted that to come through in the reference I chose. So I chose gymnastics reference. So doing a lot of these flips, I've tried to pay attention so that her legs are always like straight. Her posture is like immaculate. Because I don't know, I think it says something, and it's when I'm done with all of this, I want to add in more little bits of flair, especially with things like idols. Even this idol that we did this one a few weeks ago, I think, and this, having her like sort of shift her weight on her feet, I think sort of says something. But of course, it's just running in a loop right now. When we get the stretches in and maybe some other like fun thing, I think that I'll be a lot doing, you know, that we'll be able to really answer that question once we have it all there. But we're still on the journey still. We haven't reached the destination yet. Even just the way she climbs too. I'm liking how the climb came out. It looks more cat-like than the old one. And the way she decides to flip off things. Just the effort she exudes. I think that says something. But, I don't know. While we're running around, because I just need to not think about the idol right now. So I'll let you guys have some input here. What other, with the ones we have in here right now, where else would you try to squeeze in personality in these? Like, is there anywhere where you think it's kind of lacking a little? Like, I know the flips are all cool. I think they're pretty cool. But is there even more I could, like, we could go in here with some of these moves? Because if you have any ideas, I'd be welcome to hear them. And now, well, I guess you can leave them, because the Discord's open now. So if you can't think of any right now, but you have some later on, we have the Discord back open, and I'll try to check it if I can. Maybe like the next week, I'll try and check it at least once, just to see if there's any feedback or suggestions on it. I just need, yeah, just to sort of clear my mind out and get re-inspired, because I'm a little frustrated with the work, let's just say. Guilty Gear looks like 12 FPS. Well, it's 15 actually. It's not 12, 15, which is close. So they actually do animate at a slightly higher frame rate than real anime. Excuse me. Sorry, it's just my COVID is sort of, I'm still kind of recovering, so my nose is getting really blocked. But yeah, there's an interesting thing, because I did the 12 FPS on 2's thing as well at first, and everyone was complaining that it looked too blocky. And I think the Guilty Gear devs probably had the same thing happen and went, huh, people are complaining it looks blocky. Let's like add 3 more frames per second, which is still enough to have limited. But I think, I don't know what it is with video games, but I feel like you have to make it slightly higher in video games. You can still have it limited, but if it's like below 12, just from my experience, people start complaining. But if you go like 15, I mean, I haven't heard anyone in chat in the last like few months complain that it looks blocky. So that's pretty cool. Just by adding, well, there's a few reasons as well. It isn't just the frame rate, it's also the posing, posture, the character proportion. That's why I had to redo the whole thing, because the issues were actually very, very deep, which is why the old one looked off. It wasn't just, people said it was jank animations, but what they were really seeing was more than that. It was actually jank proportions, jank posing. But because most people aren't animators, they're not going to know to point that out. They just think, oh, this looks bad. That's what their version of that is. And it's vague, but they are right in a sense. They're just not right for the right reason, but they are right about something. So that's why I really took that to heart and really like analyzed it and went, I need to remake this whole thing if I want to really fix this. And I think I wouldn't do this if it was anything else, but it's the lead character, so you kind of have to. If it's the lead character, if your entire brand revolves around it, it's maybe you should, you know. But if it was something else, I probably wouldn't have bothered. More jump animations. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. I'd like to do some, well, we need a double jump. That's something we'll need. I don't have a double jump yet. And I want to change up the poses a bit. I want to have, I don't know, I have some, I don't know how to describe the names of the poses, but I know in my head some poses I'd like. So, you know, some with like a very graceful looking, maybe with like a ballerina leap as one, I think would look cool. Like a very graceful leap with her legs sort of like that, I think would look cool. But yeah, and also, one thing I also want to change with the jump, firstly, this is a static pose. Secondly, everyone keeps saying it looks like Spider-Man, so we have to change it because we're not trying to make Spider-Man, so I don't want it to look like Spider-Man. So this is just what we have at the moment, but yeah, because we do need like different, the falling poses need to change depending on her speed as well. So I do have some in here where the start of the jump, not the part where she does this pose, but the part before that pose, it does change depending on whether she's standing still. Like you see when she's standing still, her legs sort of go up, like her knees go like up like this. But if she's moving, she like leaps forward. So I've got that set up. And then I've got that slide jump spin, which is my favorite one. But I think I can imagine like when she's like moving, having some sort of graceful hop and then a double jump. She needs to do a flip, of course. Non-negotiable. It has to be a flip because flips are cool. But yeah, maybe I'll work on those tomorrow because I'm gonna get a little frustrated with this idol, and I have some of these to do as well. But maybe we'll look at the jumps because the jumps are bothering me. So I'll add it to the list. Well, it's like it's a jump loop. It's the beginning is fine. It's just the looping bit because it's just a static pose, and it's got to be a bit better. That's one of the ones I'm really not happy with as well. Yeah, and I think if we also with that jump, because it is perfectly symmetrical too, which is probably what's also throwing you off, I reckon. That's my game theory anyway. Jake says, from what I've heard, general rule of thumb is 2D animation looks fine left in a still frame, but 3D looks lifeless. That's an interesting... You know what? I think I know what you mean. Jake, that's a good comment, because this kind of goes... I'll finish up with this little thing I'm trying to figure out. I think I've had enough animating on this. I'm gonna lose my mind if I keep looking at that. But there is... if we go back to the Guilty Gear animations, if we just look at like gameplay, I think I know what you mean. Excuse me. I think on this game, this is the newer game they did, which is a bit more over the top. Oh, these are all the super moves. I don't want the super moves. I just want the regular combat. I just want combat. Just regular gameplay. Because I think what you mean is... I think I know what you mean. Something I picked up on as well. It's this thing that... with this game, one of the reasons this looks spectacular... I think what you mean is with 3D, because with 3D, it's got the automatic interpolation. So if you pause a 3D animation in between on a keyframe, it'll look computerized and lifeless, because it is, because that specific pose you're pausing on is not a pose someone chose, it's a pose that was calculated. So that's one of the reasons the Arc System Works devs cut the in-betweens out, is so that every single pose you see on screen is something that they deliberately picked. That's why you can pause just right here, right? You can pause it at any point and it looks sick. Like this is an in-between and it looks awesome. And I think a lot of that comes down to exactly the way you worded it. I really like, but I think it's specifically, it's just the fact that it's intentionality. It's that same theme that I've been sort of talking about for the rest of the model. The reason why on a 2D one, it looks more graceful if you pause it at a certain point is because it was chosen, not calculated. It was intended. And that intention that's kind of the key to all of this. The entire look is intention. That's why it's so timeless. That's why in 10 years from now, people are still gonna marvel at the graphics on this game. And it's not gonna look like some garbage like, I don't know. It's not gonna look like PUBG or something. It's not gonna age terribly like that. Because this is like kind of how you make a timeless style, is by Yeah, I don't know, and that's something that I really think is cool. That's why I'm trying to do it, because I just think it's so awesome. But yeah, you're bang on the mark. That's why the 2Ds look better, and you can achieve that with 3D in this style. It's just a lot of work. But I'm curious. I wonder if there's any videos of them animating this out there, because I'm going about it the way I think. But I'm curious if there's a difference between the way they do it and the way I do it. Because the thing I'm struggling a bit with the idols, not the other poses as much, like the flips, it's a bit easier, but it's just doing everything kind of just between different key poses. Going full pose to pose is kind of tricky when you have to like manually do all the in-betweens. Like, it's not as like with a drawing, because that's what you're meant to do when you're drawing it, but when you're trying to do that with a 3D model that isn't meant, when the software doesn't want you to do that. So I'm curious how they do, like exactly step by step, what they start with, what an early version of one of these animations look like, because I haven't seen that. So I have an idea in my head on what I think it looks like, but I have really no idea. So I don't know if anyone will ever, I don't know if that even exists out in the wild. If it does, though, send it my way. But I don't imagine it would, because they don't usually show work in progress type stuff. But yeah, that's kind of why, because of that intentionality, that's why you can pause at any one of these frames and it looks just sick. But yeah, that's you're bang on the mark there, Jake28. That's why. It's because it's all just chosen. But anyway. Oh yeah, I should probably get going. I need to rest my eyes from this. It's getting a bit much. But hey, we got something there, and the run is looking a lot better now. Tomorrow, I guess we'll look at the jump. That's what I feel like doing next. So I'll move that up the list. And I'll add, I should update this list with, what did we name it? Fidget. That's what we named it. So I guess we'll count that as an iteration. And I'll do this in the order that I've done them in. So tomorrow, I guess we'll look at jump loop, see if we can improve it. That should be a lot easier, because this is kind of these idle ones. Again, it's kind of they're a bit tricky. But anyway, guys, I'll be back tomorrow, same time. Thanks so much for stopping by and hanging out and watching me painstakingly animate. I enjoy having you around. Appreciate it. I will catch up with you guys tomorrow, same time.